Very good morning and welcome to day 2 of competition at the Baku Grand Slam. Hope you enjoyed yesterday's offering. I hope you'll enjoy today's. We've got 4 weight categories to bring you today, 2 men and 2 women. We'll start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each of the weight categories, and we'll look at the top 4 seeds first in the under 63 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Martina Treidos of Germany. The number 2 seed is former world champion Yarden Jerby of Israel. The number 3 seed is Anneke van Emden of the Netherlands. And the number 4 seed is Edwige Gwend of Italy. Of interest in this weight category is the battle between the 2 Americans for a qualification spot. I'm talking about Leilani Akiyama and Hannah Martin. They both got difficult first round contests. Leilani Akiyama will face Jabo Francisca of Hungary in her second round match. She's got a first round bye, as has Hannah Martin. She has a bye in round 2, and she'll face Alice Schlesinger there. So that's a difficult test for both of the US fighters. In the under 70 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Laura Vargas-Koch of Germany. The number 2 seed is Sally Conway of Great Britain. Number 3 seed is Asma Niang of Morocco. And the number 4 seed is the world silver medalist Maria Bernabeu of Spain. Nice to see Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands, the young Dutch fighter, she in there. She's got an opening contest against another top youngster coming up, the Venezuelan Elvis Mar Rodriguez. Irina Gadzieva is also in there, as well as Zhou Chao of China. There's a second Chinese in there, 5th place at the London Olympics, Chen Fei. Chinese with a good, strong team. Okay, those are the 2 women's weight categories. Let's take a look at the men's weight categories, the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed here, Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan. The Azeris will be hoping for a number 1 finish from the number 1. The number 2 seed, Sanjagal Niamocha of Mongolia. The number 3 seed, Ungvari Miklos of Hungary. And the number 4 seed, Dech van Tichelt of Belgium. Quick look at the top 4 seeds in the under 81 kilo category. The current world champion, Nagase Takanori of Japan. He's the number 1 here. The number 2 seed, Ivelo Ivanov, fast, quickly improving fighter, the Bulgarian. He's the number 2 seed here. Number 3 seed, Choknai Laszlo of Hungary. And the number 4 seed, Mohamed Abdel Lal of Egypt. We're going to start by taking a look at the contests on mat number 2. The opening contest in the under 81 kilo category features Nassif Elias of Lebanon. He's up against Krijan Jaboks of Hungary. It'll be Elias in the white judogi and Krijan in blue. Let's go over to mat number 2. Well, the fighters are just about to take to the mat. As always, you've got the choice at home of choosing whichever mat you want to take a look at. Down on mat number 1 in the under 73 kilo category, Nuno Saraiva of Portugal faces Toha Butbo of Israel. And on mat number 3, it'll be Lucas Boach of Poland to come up against Ben Amar of Tunisia. We're going to sit back and watch Elias in the white judogi, Krijan in blue. And we're just waiting for Elias to make his way to the mat. There he is on the left-hand side of your screen, and we are ready to get underway. Good morning to everyone, wherever you may be joining us from. Got some really heavy strapping on the hands, especially on the right hand of Krijan. Nice little koji go that just unsettled Krijan, had him turning off and covering up, going onto his front to avoid getting caught. Single Judo against the Hungarian at the moment. 3:30 odd left to go. Just wanted Elias to tie his belt up a little bit tighter. That was what the referee was indicating there. Mr. Cortez, that is. And now Krijan comes up with a nice score left-sided. Somewhat surprises Elias. And now the Osaikomi, Oshiro Kezugatami, but it's a weak one, and Elias is able to turn out of that. Well, the danger for Krijan now is Elias is like the wounded animal. He's going to give everything here. Slightly annoyed. Well, he told you before to tie it up properly. no good being annoyed about it. That's Emmanuel Cortez, the referee. Left-sided effort there from Elias, but Krijan quickly into the attempted shimiwaza. Not over yet, because we've only had half the contest. So there's plenty of time. And now Elias picks up a penalty. Christian Jabolts has picked up 2. He's a little bit careful. Minute 35. You don't want to do anything silly here and then be on the edge. Just about managed to squeeze out an attack from that one. It's going to take a second to tidy up a bit of blood that's on Krijan's nose. Took a bit of a bump there. We'll tidy that up and then we'll be back underway. This is a good break for Krijan. It's come at the right time. He was just coming under some pressure from Elias. I'm not entirely convinced that Elias would have been able to make that pressure tell, but nevertheless, he was putting it on. But this break will have done more for Krijan Jabolks than Elias. He wanted to press his advantage, if you could call it that, home, but that's gone now. Fresh start. Attempted Ashi was 40 odd seconds left to go. Yes! Well, it ain't over until you hear that singing. Krijan has just heard it. Just when you thought that it was going to prove too much for Elias, he came up with the big finish. Well, the break proved to Elias's advantage in the end. I thought that Krijan was the one who was going to benefit from that. It didn't work out that way. There was never any point at which Krijan looked as though he was going to get off this. From here, as he plants that right foot and then he lifts, gets the hips nice and low, begins the lift. Begins to rotate him over that left hip. There, bang, over he goes. We've got the second of the contests in the under 81 kilo category now on mat number 2. Carlos Luz of Portugal faces Farhad Rahimov of Tajikistan. It's Luz in the white judo gi, Rahimov in blue. Elias, having defeated Krijan in that opening contest, has the pleasure or the honour of facing the number 1 seed, the current world champion, Nagase Takanori, in round 2. There you go. Reasonable group of fighters in the under 81 kilo category. Obviously, boosted by the appearance of the Japanese, the world number 1 and current world champion. Well, number 1 seed in any event. Agassi. Robin Pacek is in there, as well as Aziz Kalkamanuli of Kazakhstan. Got Mohamed Abdallal in the top half of the draws. Well, Frank David, he may prove an interesting entry. Shakhsodbek Sabirov of Uzbekistan may have a look at him. Konstantin Ovchinnikov of Chinnikov, this may be his last cycle. Rustam Alimli of Azerbaijan. Owen Livesey is down there. He's got an opening. He's got a bye in the first round, but a second round contest against Baku Valiani. That could prove interesting. That's all in the top half of the draw. Oh. Nice and quick from Carlos Luz, catching Rahimov. So good lead for Luz with a minute and a half left to go. Chance on the ground now. Sangaku attempted here from Rahimov. Just gets the leg nice and tight. See if he can come up with the turn now. And he's lost it. Little under a minute left to go. Chance on the ground again. I mentioned Neil Adams yesterday and asking Neil about a particular technique. Just as well he's not here to witness that piece of Niwaza from Carlos Luz. That was, you know, he was finished. Rahimov was finished. And he almost came up with an attack there. I mean, if he'd gotten thrown there, he couldn't have blamed anybody but himself. He really should have finished his man off. In any case, he gets past Farhad Rahimov, but if he's going to continue in the competition, he's going to need a better finish on the ground than he demonstrated in this contest. Who have we got coming up next? Antonio Ciano. Yeah, Antonio Ciano of Italy is next up. He faces Dorin Gotanoaga of Moldavia. Ciano in the white judogi, Gotanoaga in blue. Ciano with a purposeful walk towards his, or stride, I think would be a better word. He strode purposefully toward his opponent there. Not quite stalking him because Gotanoaga wasn't moving away, but it was just that feeling that Ciano was closing in on him. Ciano picked up a Shido, as did his Moldavian opponent. Gotanoaga both collected penalties there. And now Ciano collects a second. There's definitely a marked change in the degree to which the referees are dishing out the penalties. They're not hanging around, are they? Ochigari, that Gotanoaga manages to step off. Gotanoaga thought about the turnover, but Ciano's defence on the ground was good and strong enough. Another good effort on the left side this time from Gotanoaga. He can't quite finish off. A third penalty picked up by Ciano. It's not happening for the Italian. He's got real problems with Gotanoaga. There's still a minute and a half left to go. And as we saw in the previous contest, it's not over until it's really over. So there's time yet for Chiano to come up with something. You see, there was plenty of movement from Chiano, but there were no attacks. And there having been no attacks, the likelihood is that both fighters are going to be penalised here. Ganotaga will pick up his second, and Chiano, yeah. Chiano was upset with the decision, but it was the right one. He simply didn't put in enough attacks. Right, coming up next, Jakub Kubiniec of Poland faces Usuma Hajam of Qatar. Kubiniec in the white judogi, Hajam in blue. Oh, Hajam on the board. Gets an early score and leads Kubiniec by Yuko. Kubiniec coming back into it, picks up his own score now. Maybe he hasn't been on with Hajam before and is finding him a little bit unusual or awkward. Not sure where Hajam is training. It's not the centre of the judo earth, is it? Qatar. Picked up a few tips training somewhere else. little Sutemi Waza effort from Hajam, but it doesn't catch the Polish fighter. Well, it was a reasonable Uchimata effort. That's not gone the right way, has it? Even Hajam knows it. He's looking at the board. Those are the confusing things, aren't they? You saw that. And I come back to the point about the scoreboard operator. It's got nothing to do with the referee, what went on there. He saw the technique, he saw the counter, he gave Wazari for the counter. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what he thought. That was a good score. The scoreboard operator puts that on the side of the Qatari athlete. Well, it's not. So we've got two errors there. We've got one, it's not Wazari, and we've got the second one, it's been put on the wrong side. They then have to correct that by cancelling the score. It's not Wazari any longer, and it's Yuko, but he still then has to put it on the right side. Eventually, it ends up there, but without any of that taking place in the middle. So if you're looking from the stands, you sort of guesswork. In any case, Hajam quite clearly knew that not only was it not his score, but he didn't think it was worth Wazari, and it was in the end a Yuko. So that's where we are. 2 Yukos, a third one now. He may actually get Wazari for that because of the finish. He does. So Kubiniec does come up with Wazari, and it took him a long time to work things out against Hajam, who gave him a good run for his money. With about half a minute left to go, he was still reasonably well placed, and he then gave up one score and then another. Kubiniec won't want to get anywhere near him now, will he? He's still got a single Shido to play with, if you like. Yeah. We'll take that one penalty at the end. And if Gary Takamoto will dish it out anyway. Yeah, he does. Just puts the third one on there. Right, we could have stuck around, I suppose, for Konstantin Ovchinnikov's and Rustam Limli. I think, however, that we're going to go down to mat number 1. Let's take our first look at the under 73 kilo category. Didar Hamza of Kazakhstan faces Emmanuel Nati of Ghana. It'll be Hamza in the white judogi and Nati in blue. Nati picks up a penalty there. Almost caught Hamza. Nice entry there from the Ghanaian fighter. Or I suppose, the better to say, the British-based Ghanaian fighter. And he's gone underneath again. He'll pick up a second penalty here. Two unforced errors against Nati. He really can't afford to give this away. And, you know, he's on that side again. And countered Osaikomi. You can call Mate now. Which he does. So important that when you get those opportunities, you make them count, and Nati's had a couple. Two nice entries, but he hasn't been able to come up with the score, and Hamza is error-free at the moment. You know, you've got the opportunity to get out of the corner. Get out. Because the minute that he puts his hands back on you, the chances are he's going to force you into that corner again. Unless, of course, that's where you want to fight. See, the referee is experienced. He's going to get the feeling of the intention of the fighter, and if he senses that you don't want to fight in the middle and you only want to fight on the edge, then you know he's gonna penalise you. He's ducked his head underneath again. He's reluctant to give him a third penalty, but if that's what he's done, then he's got no choice. He bit his lip. You could see the referee visibly bite his lip, thinking, you know, shall I give him it? Well, he's already done it on 2 occasions. You've penalised him once for it. It's either a penalty or not. There's no, oh, well, you know, I won't give it to him this time. He's back in the edge. He's feeling the pressure of the edge. He's got to throw in an attack, and it's a weak one. He can't complain if he's called for a false attack. I don't know who talks to Manny about his tactics and the ways that he approaches things. I'm sure Jürgen Klinger must be pulling his hair out because he's done a lot of work with him. He must be so frustrated because Nati's got incredible throwing skills, he really has. But tactically, he just puts himself in such a difficult position. There's more than 2 minutes left to go. He's already picked up 3 penalties, and none of them, you know, he could have avoided all 3 of them. It's such a shame. And Hamza has had to do nothing, to be honest. The Kazakh fighters just said, hey, you know, I'll just keep myself reasonably busy. I won't have to push myself out. And I can take this. And he's ended up having to do all the work to cover up for the errors that he's committed. And both fighters come up with penalties. Well, a disappointing outing, I'm afraid, for Emmanuel Nati. There was hopes that he'd produce something a little bit better against Didar Hamza. Unfortunately, it wasn't forthcoming. We're going to stay here. We'll bring you more action from day 2 of the Baku Grand Slam.
Next fight of 22, first round winner on the 63 kilo. In the white for France, Judo. And in the blue for Belgium, Next fight on the 72, winner number 70 kilo first round in the white for Hungary, Cherchak Samina. And in the blue for Russia, Irina Asieva.
Zafiyetlerle dolu yumuşlarından arasında Avrupa Şişman Sevari Sanat Severler Gölge'yle Özbekistan temsilcisi Duygoza Aknözova.
watching the contest between Andre Alves of Portugal and Morad Zemmouri of Qatar. We've already seen one Qatari this morning. Useful little outing it was. He came off second best, but it was a nice little show. Not quite sure that Zemmouri is going to be able to do the same. And if I'm not mistaken, it was against a Portuguese fighter as well. What are the chances of that? Sure it was. That was in the... This is the under 73 kilo category. Yeah. No, it wasn't. It was Jakub Kubienic, the Polish fighter who fought Usama Hajam of Qatar. My mistake. I thought that was too much of a coincidence. Down on mat number 3 is a good little battle taking place. Chen Fei of China faces Ilyana Marzok of Germany. Tough first round fight for both of those fighters. Roxanne Taymans will be up next against Moira de Villiers, and then it'll be the under 81 kilo category. Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria will face Lucas Boachas. All to come down there on mat number 3. Meanwhile, we've got Alves and Zemmouri battling it away. Mat 2, it's Sana van Dijk of the Netherlands. She's up against Elvisma Rodriguez of Venezuela. No score in that contest. Both fighters have picked up a Shido apiece, and we're going to follow that by seeing world champion Agassi Takanori. He will be up against Nassif Elias of Lebanon. That's what we've got coming up. Coming up next on mat 2. Right, before we get too wrapped up in what's happening on mat number 1, let's go down to mat number 2. Because on mat number 2, we're about to get underway with the golden score period in the contest between Sana van Dijk of the Netherlands. She faces Elvisma Rodriguez of Venezuela. It's van Dijk in the white judogi, Rodriguez in blue. Tense time for both fighters here. First one to score, takes it. Matsug, by the way, has won her contest down on, or is about to win her contest down on map number 3 in the under 70 kilo category, defeating Chen Fei of China. Well, Sana van Dijken picked up a single Judo in that gold. Well, she picked up 2 Judos, the second of which was in the golden score period, so that was the end of it. Harsh. Okay, we've got round 2 of the under 81 kilo category beginning now. So we've got the number 1 seed and the current world champion, Nagase Takanori of Japan. He faces Nassif Elias of Lebanon. It's Nagase in the white judogi, Elias in blue. Mark Pickering, the IGF media manager, was telling me this morning that we hadn't seen Nagase fight internationally since Nagase won the World Championships. Well, here's your chance. Well, it's not the most impressive of outings, is it? From Nagase, the expectation from the fans inside the venue, and I dare say a number of you at home, will be extremely high. You've got the world champion taking to the mat for the first time. Be nice to see a bit of action from him. And we've got half the contest still to come. We may yet show us something a little bit special. Elias is doing his best to come up with something special. It would be if he could overcome Nagase. Minute 40 odd left to go. Still looking for the first score in this contest. Elias picks up a second penalty. It's time for passivity. Well, it's difficult to know what to make of this particular effort from Nagase. He's thrown in a couple of Uchimata efforts and very little else, to be honest. Elias, for his part, I'm not sure what Elias was trying to indicate there with that foot sweep. I think he may be mistaken in thinking that he was penalised for passivity. Right, we're watching the contest between Abdulhag Rasulu of Azerbaijan. He faces Emrian Yücel of Turkey. It's Rasulu in the white judo and Yücel in blue. I think we're going to move to mat number 1 at some stage, because we've got the under 73 kilo category taking place down there, and we have joining us now someone who competed in the under 73 kilo category this morning, Emmanuel Nati, the British-based Ghanaian. I think that's the best way to describe Manny, and I'll introduce him now. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning,
Emmanuel,
Sean.
how are you doing?
Not the best day, but trying to get used to it this morning. So, yeah.
First time you'd faced that Kazakh fighter? Never seen him in training or anything? I'd never seen him before.
No, I haven't. It's the first time, but I had an opportunity to go on the IGF database to have a look at him, and I think he was second in the Asian Championship. He's not a bad player, but my performance today was just not good enough, and I wasn't on the best form today. And
physically, you're okay though. I mean, you're in good shape as ever, fit and healthy, and
yeah, physically I'm good, and also I feel I'm stronger than him. But judo-wise, for some reason, I couldn't get it together today, and also I think my attacks were very sloppy as well, and I made a few silly mistakes.
But you did have a couple of good ones that shook him. I mean, you moved. He didn't move you once. Not once did you come under any threat from him, whereas you threatened him on a couple of occasions, especially on that far side really early on. You really moved him.
Yes. I always like to think if I could have laid my hands on him, I could throw him, but I get frustrated not being able to finish the throw, and through that I kind of make a lot of mistakes. And when you make a lot of mistakes, you kind of just lose it.
I know it's not the easiest thing to come up and say I made mistakes, but when we were looking at the contest, we were talking about the errors as it went from 1 to 2 to 3, and that in itself brings some pressure on you and eases it a little bit for him, because he hasn't got to do a great deal.
Yes, if you're fighting an intelligent player, and they know that you've done 2 errors, and they don't want to risk it, especially if they know that you can throw them, they intend to back off and control the fight. But the 2 errors also forced me to make couple of errors, because my thinking was okay, now I'm 2 shooter down, so I need to throw him. And normally if I have my coach with me, it's kind of easy to have an input, but I didn't have that, so I kind of locked into my own wall at that point, and I just lost it from there, really.
It's not fair of me to say up here that I've got favourites, and I don't favour a particular country, weight or whatever it is, but there are some fighters that I like to see, and there's some hopes that I've got for them with their performance, and I'm not going to be secretive here. I'll come out and say that you're one of them. I like to see you fight. You're a very personable, likeable guy on the circuit, so when the fight was coming up, I was looking down at mat number 1 and I was thinking, right, we're going to go down there and we're going to have a look, because on the occasions when you've dispatched some of the biggest names in judo history, I've been there to see them, so it's been nice. Didn't work out that way today.
No, it didn't. I guess it's the nature of the sports. You have its ups and downs, but the best thing about the sports is to be 100% focused on the mat, and most of the time, if I am 100% on the mat, then it's very difficult for anyone to beat me. But if I'm not, then I kind of do a lot of errors, and it ends up costing me fight. And I guess it's the way it goes. This is judo, and you just have to come back stronger.
Okay, we'll just finish on that point before we look ahead to the future, because the future's always bright. So we just finish on this one, which is, the errors in that fight that cost you.
Yes.
Okay, let's look positively now. Where next? Where are we going next?
Almaty next week.
I shall see you there.
Yeah. Final push for Rio. I'm in a strong position for Rio at the moment, and which is good, but the gaps is not that big, so I need to be able to make sure that I increase that gap? Or
The draw's a devil, isn't it? You know,
Yes.
you know, you've seen some people's draws and you think, how did they get that? You know, not just a bye in the first round, but they get, I don't know, you know, someone that's really nice. I'm sorry to be disparaging to anybody, but you know who I'm talking
Yes,
about.
yeah.
You think, no, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
And then this one is out for some unknown reason.
Yeah.
They get a bye because it's very unusual to get bye in the second round.
Yeah.
But when you've got this one up here who had a bye, they go in and they've dropped out because of injury or something. And in the third round, you get someone else who's lucky to get there. You win. All of a sudden, you're in the quarterfinal,
Exactly.
having won two fairly, you know, simple
Yeah.
ones, and all those points that go with it.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you come up and look at Nassif Elias, who we just saw lose to Nagase there. You know, he wins one fight. Next fight's the world champion.
Yeah, I think that's sometimes you need luck as well. You know, it's down to luck and
Definitely, when it comes to the draw, you
yeah,
definitely need
yeah.
some luck.
If you are not lucky to get some, I wouldn't say easy fight, but some
Yeah,
fight
yeah,
that
yeah,
you
yeah.
are able
Gives
to
you
win.
a better chance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if not, I guess you have to battle it on the mat and see how it goes. But it's unfortunately, you know, if you come against head-to-head fights or if you come against one of the best in the world, suppose if you want to win the tournament, you have to fight them, whether in the first round or in the last round. This is judo, and you have to just try your best. In hindsight, you could have said that, yeah, perhaps I could have had one of the, not the easiest fight, but the winnable fight before moving on to fight the stronger guys. But
Well, he wasn't an absolute monster, was he? I mean, he was perfectly within your range, and you
Yeah.
could have, you know, been reasonably expected to have knocked him off, and absolutely no one would have said, "Oh, that's a surprise." You know, I mean, anybody that you turn over because you know you've downed, you know, some of the biggest names in judo, Olympic champions. So no one's going to be that surprised if you down, you know, some, you know, up and coming Kazakh fighter.
Yeah.
Just didn't happen today.
No, it didn't.
We said we weren't going to go there anymore anyway, so
Yeah.
we're going
Yeah,
to leave that. We're going to look forward to seeing you in Almaty. And now that you know just how keen we are, and so many people who are along here and sitting fairly close to us, so keen to see you do well, we wish you the very best of luck.
Thank
in
you.
Almaty.
Yeah, just have to go back and work hard. Really, haven't got much time to turn things around, but it's just well, I believe in hard work, so
Stay positive.
I think that's what I have.
You've
to
got a
do,
lot of
yeah.
people behind you. Stay positive. What about job-wise? How's it going work-wise?
It's good at the moment. You know, the army has been very supportive, and to Rio as well. Pretty much they are like my main backbone. I'm in the middle of my PhD in international law, which
for you.
also on top of that I have to do my legal studies because I'm trying to become a barrister as long as being a doctor in law. So I'm hoping to finish those soon. And,
Are there opportunities within the service for a legal profession? I mean, I know that there are always legal cases within the services, and from time to time people are represented by staff, you know, uniformed
Yeah.
staff who are qualified, you know, solicitors or barristers or whatever. Have you considered that possibility?
Yeah.
Is that something worth looking at?
Yes, last year we had a chat with my unit about it, and they put a proposal forward that if I'm interested and have the right qualification, then I could apply to go to the Army Legal Service. Of course, I have to meet the criteria and what they are looking for.
But you're a bright guy.
I wouldn't say that I try to. I just work hard as anyone else.
I would strongly recommend having committed how many years already to the service?
13 years.
Right, 13 years. It doesn't go down the tubes if you leave. I'm not suggesting that it goes down the tubes if you leave. What I'm saying is that having committed 13 years already, you've indicated to the service that you've given almost half of your working life, your useful working life. That's a commitment that they're not going to dismiss easily. And if you commit further and you go in and you go into that legal service, I'd imagine that you would be welcome. There are good reasons for that too. which I'm not going to mention here, but there are good reasons, and that's a positive, whereas there are so many times when it's considered a negative. It's a real plus for you.
Yeah.
It's a real plus, and they're going to see that too. They'll recognise that.
Yeah.
It's well worth considering.
Yeah. Well, for me, I am lucky as well, but I've always have a confidence in my employers. You know, I'm one of those athletes that if anything happens, I can go back to my unit and they will be able to support me, or they will be able to sort things out. So I'm quite confident in them supporting me to go to Army Legal Service. But, it's like anything else. You know, you have to work for it, and you have to weigh out the options. So the goal now is to try to qualify for Rio, and after Rio, see the Army team manager, and then also go back to the unit and said, well,
what's happening? Where are we going? Yeah.
Where are we going from here? Because my intention is not to be on the international circuit for next year. So I need to start preparing for the future and what options I have, because there is more to the sports as well, and I have to look at my future and also what I'll be able to contribute in terms of African judo as well, because part of my heart and part of my life belong to that continent.
Yeah, so you're looking at that direction and giving something in there.
Yes, because I have a lot of friends on the circuit, and we have a lot of potential, but we need to get it right. And if I can have a little bit of input as well, and that would be a big achievement for me as well.
One other bit of friendly advice, I suppose, is that the ability to support others, which is what you're looking at and suggesting, the ability to support others comes much easier when you're able to support yourself.
Exactly, yeah.
So, you know, if the service life has given you a good start, and you're able to cement that, grow that, the options for doing other things will come. Maybe not as soon as you would like. You know, I'm able to do things for other people now, having worked for the 15 or 20 years when I wanted to do them right at the start of this kind of career. I wanted to do them 20 years ago. It's taken that long to get this far, to be able to do them and do them well. So there's a whole group of people who have missed out on that kind of support. But now there are others who are receiving that.
Exactly.
So maybe get yourself straight, get yourself absolutely ready to roll, and do that from a position of being secure with yourself, your own family and everything, and then take it from there.
Exactly, yeah. I think it's also, I have learned that within the sports and within normal life, it gets to a point, it's not just about you, you know, it's not just about what you achieve or what you wanted to achieve. It's also about the people you inspire and the people you bring along, and that is one of my motivated factors. And but it's also down to, you know, how secure you are in your home, because you have to keep your home secure before you are able to go to someone's house to secure the place for them. But for me, I think the future is bright, but it's all down to how to work hard and how to keep that focus. What I've learned as well, that if you are able to transfer your discipline in judo to the outside world, life becomes much more easier, because you go through certain things in the sport and on the mat, some emotion that ordinary people outside, they have no idea. And if you can deal with this, then outside the mat, I think you are able to be successful. And this is what I need to do post my sports career.
Okay, well, it's not over yet. We've still got some time. We've got the prospect of a result in Almaty, and then the prospect of doing something in Rio. Everyone here wishes you all the best. I know I speak for a number of my colleagues who are far higher up the food chain in the IJF than I am, and it may very well shock and surprise you at some conversations about your judo and the hopes for you to perform, but that should come as an incentive to you, that there are people who are watching on and very interested in what you do, and we wish you all the best. Emmanuel Nati competed this morning in the under 73 kilo category, and if you want to see him again, join us next week when we are in Almaty for maybe part 2 of this chat. Talk to Manny when he's been on the podium. How does that sound?
Yeah, hopefully that should be the idea, and we'll see. Yeah.
Right. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
All the best.
Thank you.
Okay. It's nice if the athlete has a chance to come up and speak for himself, because we didn't give him the best run out this morning, and I went and had a chat with Manny and said, hey, we didn't speak well about you. And he himself said, well, there wasn't anything well to speak about. So it was good that he came up and said hello. Right, stay with us. We'll bring you more action from day 2 of the Baku Grand Slam. We're watching round 2 of the under 81 kilo category. Mohamed Abdelal of Egypt. He's up against Dorin Gotanaga of Moldavia. But we're going to have a chat now with Nassif Elias. He was originally from Brazil, but he's gone over to fight for Lebanon. And we had a look at him this morning when he was up against the current world champion, Nagase Takanori. And it was a little bit of a testy contest. We want to say good morning to Nassif, or maybe bon dia.
Bom dia. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Before we get into the contest, the connection with Lebanon. How is this? A family or?
My grandfather is Lebanese.
Yeah, Elias. Yeah, from this name. Yeah.
I changed it now.
Yeah, no problem. Because we know many fighters find some route there, and for example, not only you from Brazil, but Tassiana Lima, she went to Guinea-Bissau, and there is some family connection there. So sometimes there is the possibility for the family connection. So no problem with that, and you are welcome from Lebanese community, because it would be a good chance for representative. But we remember you when you were fighting for Brazil. Anyway, where in Brazil did you come from originally? Which city?
I train in Vitória, Espírito Santo.
Espírito Santo, yeah.
Espírito Santo. My family, my coach, my club in Vitória.
So tell us a little bit about today. Was it the first time that you fought with Nagase, or did you fight before with him? Or first time?
First time.
Yeah.
Yes.
How was the feeling? How did you feel when you got your hands on him?
No problem. I pen 2 weeks. I finish competition Asian Championship. I pen. I no very train this competition.
Okay.
My mind, my body.
Not ready for this one.
No good. I'm no good play now. But I need Olympic Games.
Sure, with the points. Yeah.
Now slow. Next, come back strong.
Okay, so today, but you had a first round win this morning. So this is every single point is vital. So you had a first round win, and it was a good win. And we actually showed that contest this morning. It was the opening contest against Krijan Jabols. And 30 seconds before the end, with the big Uranagi over on one side, yeah? That might make you feel good.
yes, this is very good. I first no good, but I very up.
Yeah.
Down here.
Yeah, because we were saying.
Today I play very relaxed, no stress.
I think Krishan Jabolks, he was also relaxed because he looked at the clock. He's finished. Right, okay. And then we come now to the contest with Nagase, world champion, first time audited. But in my opinion, in the contest, he don't do anything. He didn't trouble you. A couple of Uchimata, but it wasn't anything special.
Yes, he very good athlete, very strong, but I good play. I 2 times play, lost Judo. Now, in my mind, no Judo for me. Yeah. Because...
especially the last one, because
I
you were
attack,
attacking.
Yes, he block.
Yeah.
And then, Judo for me, but no problem. I speak before. I want to Olympic Games. This train.
After anyway, they cancelled it, eh?
Yes.
But it was still 2-1.
Yeah. Now look the movie. Very train. He come back.
Okay. Positive.
Yes.
Positive. Right. Okay. Nassif Elias. We look forward to seeing him. We're going to see you in Almaty. No. Or you're not sure.
Sure.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see. Okay. All right, lovely. Okay. We wish you the best of luck, and we hope to see you again. Nassif Elias from the Lebanon. Okay, stay with us. We'll bring you more action from day 2 of competition at the Baku Grand Slam. We're watching the contest in round 2 of the under 81 kilo category between Jakub Kubinic of Poland. He faces Frank de Witt of the Netherlands. But I think there's another contest down on mat 3 that we want to sneak and have a look at. It's Yarden Derby of Israel. She faces Margot Pinot of France. It's Derby in the white judogi, Pinot in blue. Margot Pinot's picked up 2 Shidos, and there's a minute and 40 odd seconds left to go. And that gives me a chance to say not quite good afternoon, but a good morning to Nakota Davis. Morning. Oh, sorry, let's hear your dulcet tones can come through strongly now. Good morning.
Good morning.
There you go. See, I told you. Yeah. How are you doing after yesterday? Comfortable? Happy? You sleep well? Or
Happy, didn't sleep well, was very sore, so...
Yeah. You got roughed up?
Yeah, after being awake for a few hours, at 7 I got up and I just went to the gym to kind of try and loosen off my body a bit.
There's no stopping her, is there? There was a point yesterday when I got really excited. It was that point when you made it to the final. I thought, hey, there's 500 points here. 500 points. I mean, it's not knock you up a few places. It's catapult you into another, into another arena.
Yeah.
Did that cross your mind?
Yeah, definitely. That would have put me, I think, top 8. So.
Yeah, and as a possible seeding position.
Yeah.
However, we discussed it last night, and one, it's not out of the realms of all possibility that you could still do that, depending on whether, one, you've got any thoughts about going to Almaty. You can tell us now, yes or no?
No.
Right, okay, so that's out of the question.
Yeah.
Then the other thing is, do you get invited to Guadalajara, the Masters, and if you do you go?
Yes.
Okay, so right, so here's the thing now. Big points, big money, big experience, a Masters in the offing. So there's still a possibility that you could. There must have been a dream that you had at some stage years ago about going to an Olympic Games.
Yeah.
There must then have been a dream specifically about going to the Rio Olympics.
Yeah.
All of those dreams are finished now. It's
Yeah.
not that you're not going to go to a Games.
Yeah.
You're going to go.
Yeah.
And it's not that you're not going to go to Rio. You're going to go to Rio.
Yeah.
When did it dawn on you? And I can see your eyes glazing over.
Yeah.
Has no one ever said that to you before? You're going to Rio.
No, I know, but
Are you going?
I think it's hard until you get the selection.
Yeah.
And it's all official.
Sure. Sure. The realization of dreams is an incredible thing. When people set goals, you set a goal in your normal work life or something, that's one thing. But when it's so public, when it's such a massive thing, and when there's only such a small number of people who can achieve it, it must be an incredible feeling.
Yeah, it's.
We'll wait until they tell you
good.
and it's official. You get all the kit and everything, and you're going, and then we'll have another chat. But it's pleasing as well for people who've been, watching you for a while, and to see not just you, but I mean, there was another guy up here a couple of minutes ago, and there was one before him, and for all of the people that come around here, you just get this little bit of a, you just sit next to them for a minute, and you bask in their glory and their happiness in that moment. It's a great thing, But I can see you're really happy about it. Yeah,
it's a good time. Yeah.
Well, it's and it's nice because, British judo's been roughed up a bit, over the last few years, and all of a sudden, there's a number of people as we've got closer and closer to the qualification period that are going to go.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a couple of people.
It's good for our team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the feeling is good in the team.
Yeah, really good. I think we've spent sort of the last 2 years together pretty much on tour, so there's a good team spirit and we're all backing each other. So
now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are from London, aren't you?
Yes.
That doesn't immediately come across. Why?
No?
Why is that? Yeah.
Because my parents are Jamaican.
No, I mean, I'm talking about, I'm saying like,
I think just because of all my judo influences,
Yeah.
influences from my parents, my mum and their culture.
What I'm trying to say is you was not rough.
No. I've been about a bit, so.
Oh dear. Hang on a minute. Cut that one. Just cut that.
I think that when you grow up in the judo community, you meet lots of different people.
Yeah.
So, You have to carry yourself in a
But you
certain
are
way.
well spoken, though. I mean, for the Londoner. And where in London do you come from?
So my mum lives in northwest London, so it's quite rough around there. And then before I moved from London, I was living in West London, which is kind of
It's more posh.
opposite. Yeah, it's a bit more posh.
Yeah. What, Kensington or?
No, Ealing, Acton.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So it's quite nice around there.
What about training out there? I mean, where were you having to train if you were living in Acton and Ealing? I mean, it's not the centre of the judo world, is it?
No, so I was training just at my club, which is in Ealing, at Ealing Judo Club.
Oh, okay.
Before then, I decided to go full time because I couldn't get all the training that I needed.
And that is where now?
That's in Walsall, so just a little bit above Birmingham.
Yeah. And you enjoying up there? Do you enjoy it up there, or?
I do. It's home now, so yeah, I do enjoy it up there. London doesn't so much feel like home anymore. I've settled up quite nicely up there. I have a flat and stuff, so.
Flat. Okay, we'll come to that in a minute. Let's go to mat number 2. And the reason for moving to mat number 2 is because Mbako Avaliani of Georgia faces Owen Livesey of Great Britain. So let's have a look at Avaliani in the white judogi, Livesey in blue. They've just got underway and there's no score. It goes without saying that you know Owen well, so we'll concentrate on this for a bit. Well, at least looking at it whilst we talk about your flat. Are you a big decorator, or you're not that bothered what it looks like?
I am.
We're going to see you at Laura Ashley picking out, fabrics and stuff and doing the place up.
I wish I had the money for that. But I'm not a rich judo player, no.
Not yet?
Not yet.
You haven't been to the Masters yet. Believe me. Oh, I don't believe this. I said this to, I can't remember who she was, about the Masters a few years ago, and she went and won it. I'm gonna go back. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Thelma Montero. A few years ago. I'll go back and I'm gonna look it up now. I think that we sat down and I had this chat with her. The Osakomi's on. It's not the tightest, but he dropped the leg there. Just missed out on picking up a score. Mind you,
I think you can still get this back into Osakomi. But he's strong.
Now, for me, it takes much more from the person who's defending, to escape from that kind of thing. Because you always get up, breathing heavily, having had to work hard to get out of it. It's a nice start from Livesey to put on a good bit of pressure at the beginning of the contest. As soon as I find out why my internet isn't working, I'm going to find out who it was that I spoke to, and I suggested that they were going to do well at the Masters, and then they went and won it. And there's quite a bit of money. There's quite a good bit of money. And if I go back a good few years, Kate will tell you that she won in Spain, and when she went to collect the prize, she had to leave the prize money with me, which was about $6,000, and I was off. She didn't want to leave it with any of the team because she knew that it would play some game. She said, "I'll leave it with you because I can trust you."
Yeah.
With her money, she's standing on the stage receiving this trophy whilst I was disappearing out the door.
That is a lot of money.
And it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Kate won't thank me for saying that, but it was a while ago now. So there's the possibility of not only qualification points, but a bit of money under. Suntan Master out in Mexico. It's going to be pretty hot. Do you like warm holidays, or are you sort of skiing, winter type? What's best for you?
Probably warm. Yeah, warm holidays.
You said that your parents came from Jamaica originally.
Yeah.
Have you been out there? Have you?
Not yet. I'm gonna go this year.
It's always it's a huge draw for British-born West Indians, first or second generation, and at some stage you go and have a look. There are things that you know instinctively because they're done in your home, despite the fact that you're now in UK and born in UK and grew up there. But they're things that you will see, smells, things that you will hear that will be immediately recognisable to you. It's worth going. I only say that because very, very odd. I know it's going to sound odd, but my parents were from Trinidad, and my grandparents and great grandparents. And my
Yeah.
family have been in the West Indies for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
And now I'm out there, although I was born in the UK. But now I'm living out there with my father because he's he's elder and he's ill. And it's all the things that I remember as a boy growing up in the UK that I now take for granted out there. You
Yeah.
should go. It'd do you really, really good. It's an eye-opener.
Yeah, I wanna go after this cycle is finished.
2 penalties picked up by Livesey. There's a minute and a half. 1 score may be enough to settle this.
He's
No.
definitely capable. So
Yeah, he's exciting to watch, isn't he? You think that any minute someone's going to go over. He's a powerfully built fighter. I think I remember seeing him as a cadet in some... I think he's from up north somewhere. I can't remember whether it's the northwest or Yorkshire and Humberside, but one of those, I think. Is that right? Where's he from?
He is from up north. He's, I think, St Helens.
Then it will be the northwest then.
Yeah.
He must have fought in that Yorkshire versus Lancashire thing, the Roses match, when he was a boy. I remember seeing him. It's quite a rivalry, that one. And speaking of teams, it will probably be teams next time round when we go to Tokyo, by which time we'll have the team event in there. And that will change the whole shape of international judo. At the moment, the team event is an add-on, it's some extra thing that you don't really fancy doing. But when teams are in the Olympics, you watch, the whole focus is going to move. I don't know if you saw the European Team Championships. Did you get a chance to watch that?
We were travelling back. So
what a
we
shame.
couldn't
You
watch
missed the
it,
women's
but
event. It was incredible. That was...
Polish team won, didn't
Yeah.
they?
Which is a super result for them. There's a chance. Not long enough to work on the ground now. He has a quick look at the clock, stands up. And
There's still time.
yeah, you just get that edgy feeling now. Avaliani can hardly get to his feet.
At this point, you're probably thinking you have 2 more opportunities now
Yeah.
to try and score. Yes.
Yeah, the difficulty is the combinations become extremely difficult because you need that extra burst of strength to bring
Yeah.
off the second technique. And you could see him wanting to come up with the second part, but the power wasn't there, and almost a big Osoto. There's still a chance for another attack here. It's 13 seconds is left on the clock. Avaliani gets 2 seconds breather as the referee tries to sort them out. Here comes Livesey with one more go at it. Tries to spin his man over.
It was close.
Yeah. Avaliani is the one to look at the clock now as it ticks away in the last few seconds run out. It's Baku Avaliani who sneaks past Owen Livesey of Great Britain. 2 Shidos picked up by the British fighter. 1 to the grateful Georgian as he looks at 0-0-0. He can hardly draw breath. Right, we are going to go down to mat number 3 quickly in the under 63 kilo category. It's Katarina Heika of Australia. She faces Sugane Megumi of Japan. It's Heika in the white judogi, Sugane in blue. Sugane is on the board with 2 scores, a Yuko and Wazari. There's a minute and 28 seconds left to go. Let's have a look and see what happens with the Japanese. They had 1 woman fighting yesterday, Yoshida.
She won gold.
She won gold, yeah. And they've just got the one today, haven't they? Sugane.
Yeah.
Round 2 we're watching. So no Almaty, that's okay. But the possibility of Guadalajara if you get the invite, yeah?
Yeah.
You're going to go there and enjoy that. I haven't been to Mexico before.
Neither have I. The first time.
So, but you have been to Pan America, haven't you? Have you done those Pan American
No.
Opens? No.
No.
Oh, okay. You've led a sheltered life then. Just Ealing and Baku. Run out now and then. What's been have you been here before? Did you come here for the European Games?
Yes, the European Games and for the Grand Slam last year as well.
What happened in the games then? Remind us and remind me at home. I'm not the encyclopedic genius.
It
that
wasn't
people
very
make out.
memorable. That's why I
okay. What happened?
lost first fight to Zabladina, the Russian fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got caught with the Yuko really early on, and I
She's
struggled to get it
awkward,
back.
isn't she? She's awkward. Mind you, she's the height-wise is not that different from you.
Maybe
is she?
she's just a tiny bit taller than me.
Yeah. There's something that's not, for me, not 100% about her judo. I'm not entirely sold that she's their best choice. It could be that she's the only one
Yeah.
that they've got in there. It's not their strongest weight category. And I remember asking Edzio Gamba at this press conference specifically about the women's program, because it's nowhere near the kind of concentration, investment, and everything, or success that the men have. Nowhere
Yeah.
near. He was talking about the length of time that it takes to develop a women's program, and that suggested to me that in the past that they hadn't paid it, much attention. I think that's probably the case.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens in Rio.
Yeah.
The hope, I suppose, for the Russians is that they will sneak a medal, and it will be an improvement on London, where they didn't medal for the women and got
right.
5 for men.
Yeah.
3 gold, a silver and a bronze. Just,
The men are definitely dominating in that
whereas
respect.
Korea, you can expect Korean women to be there, or thereabouts. Japan and France, they've got,
Yeah.
their level.
Germany.
There's this disparity between the Russian men's results and the women's. Helene Vesidombeu of Cameroon is on the mat now against Anna Bernholm. Anna Bernholm and Mia Hermansen are in a famous battle for qualification, which Anna Bernholm trails. Hermansen is in the driving seat
Right.
for that. Although every so often there'll be a hiccup from Hermansen on the day that Bernholm comes up with a result, and just keeps her in the hunt. And yet
Yeah.
they remain the most incredible friends and
Yeah,
training partners and
it does seem
everything.
like that.
And I've asked them before, how is it that you remain friends? They said, there's no choice.
Yeah.
There's no one else to practice with.
Yeah.
That's it. And I remember famously they were both competing for bronze medals side by side in bronze medal matches. And when the one had finished, she waited for the other to come off.
That's nice.
And I can't imagine that happening in some other team.
It's good to see.
Who's been your most helpful training partner in the UK? Can you pinpoint someone and say, hey, without her it wouldn't have worked? Or who's?
When I moved to the centre, I partnered with Lucy Rentschel.
Yeah.
So she's really good. I think she's really good at telling, if I'm not having a good day, if I'm having a good day, getting me ready for competitions.
Where's she from?
She's really
from
good in that. She's from up north as
there.
well.
I thought so. Yeah. That's another name that I remember from cadets as well. It's been a long time since I've been involved with anything in British judo, and it's not at all because I don't want to be. First of all, I don't live there any longer, so that would make it difficult. But there's a lot of work with the EJU and the IJF, and there wasn't a great call for me to get involved in things British. So, and I miss that. I miss that, knowing what's happening at home.
Yeah, we've got some good players coming through.
Can you pick on someone in your own weight category that you think might be useful? No, because that'd be giving too much away, wouldn't it? Given that you're still on the mat, you don't want to give a heads up to someone and think, of course, she's good. I have to look out for her.
Well, I train with Becky Livesey, who's 57.
Yeah,
She's the only other 57 on the mat that I train with. So I would say that she's probably, the next.
How old is she now?
She would be 20 now. Yeah, 20.
Okay, so she's up there then.
Yeah. She got a bronze at the Junior Europeans last year, so.
Isn't there a girl from Northampton that went to the Junior World Championships?
Are you 52?
No.
No, she's from Coventry, Chelsea Giles.
No, and I saw her, but she's good.
Yeah,
she's
good.
brave,
Yeah.
She's really got some spirit about her.
Yeah.
I don't know technically yet because I haven't seen as much as I need to in order to make that kind of comment. But
Yeah.
on the occasions that I've seen her, she's been really.
She's
Been-
going to
yeah.
develop well. She
Yeah.
trains hard, and she's definitely got the judo. Definitely, she's still a junior now, so she's going to be hopefully picking up some good junior results this year.
What's this British girl's name then? She fought at the Junior World Championships in Miami. It was the team when. Who else was out there?
57? Are you talking
57,
Jodie
I'm thinking.
Caller?
Jodie. That's it,
Jodie
yeah.
Caller,
That's
yeah.
the one, yeah. Jodie, yeah. Couldn't remember her
She's
name.
still a junior as well, so
Yeah. You're quite funny little character, you know. She's well, she was even younger a couple of years ago, so was quite overawed by the whole situation, I suppose. I can't remember who else was out in that team. Ljubljana Piavasana, I think she was out there. I think she's
Yeah.
63. I'm not sure who the heavyweight was, or the heavier weight, but she was also so quiet. Her voice for a heavyweight was so quiet, it just shocked me. Mild-mannered heavyweight. They don't normally go together, do they?
yeah.
Ben, I was going to take this.
Yeah.
She's got the perfect physique for a 63 kilo fighter, I think. That height and long limbs, and makes her quite a handful.
She's very tall. When I stand next to her, I find myself like,
Yeah.
looking up at her.
Almost two categories up.
Yeah.
And her teammate Mia Hermansen is in the same frame. You see them side by side. They're both the same kind of size. I think Hilda Drexler is the same kind of. They all fit in that
Yeah.
kind of body type, don't they? So, happy with yesterday then?
Yeah, I'm happy. I think it was obviously disappointed after the Europeans just to come so close to a medal and then to go away with fifth. So, yeah, it was important for me to get to the final for points yesterday.
But that in itself, a fifth place at the European Championships, it's only after the event you say, oh, could have done that. Let's say that you're thinking a few months before and you start to put in these things and say, right, fifth place at the Europeans, that's my, I'm not going to go below that. I want a podium finish in a Grand Slam. And if you're hitting all of those things.
Yeah, I suppose I can't be too hard on myself.
How many points do you get for a fifth place at Europeans? Because we were adding them up
80
yesterday.
points, it's not a lot.
Really?
And I think
a
that's
little
what's
bit of
devastating about
that
it
was
is that,
short-changed,
it's such a tough tournament.
Yeah.
And then,
You only come away with 80 points.
Yeah.
And how many fights did you have?
5. So you get all the soreness from
For 80
being a
points,
medalist
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Well,
But yeah, I was chuffed. I did want to win the final, but
and had you been on with Yoshida before, or was that
just in training.
what was she like in training?
I felt that it was a bit more even in training than it went yesterday. So it's some things to go back and look at, really.
Wasn't disaster though yesterday by
No,
any means,
but
was it?
there was a few more things I could have done.
Okay.
But
well,
it's practice, and it's being in those precious situations, and it's
iron them
hard
out
for
here.
us to get that intensity at home.
Mm.
So things to work on.
Okay, we will see how those things pan out over the next couple of months. We look forward to seeing you in Guadalajara. Bring the sun cream, because it's going to be as hot as hell out there. And let's hope that you have as much success. Before you go, I'm going to have to check this. I think it was Thelma Montero. I'm sure that I jokingly said to her, you're going to get some money. It may have been in Baku,
Yeah.
I think it could have been in Baku, and that's what brings it to mind. I didn't take any money off her. But I'm not going to hang around because the internet isn't that great. Right. So, thanks to Nakota Davis. We look forward to seeing her at the Masters in Guadalajara in Mexico. And of course, we'll bring you live coverage of that. But for today's, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks for
very
having me.
much. Okay. Right, stay with us. We'll bring you more live action from day 2 of the Baku Grand Slam.
Başlayan ailesiniz bir Ramona gibi göğü judo gibi. Birleşmiş Takımlarının maçısı Hannah Martin.
Round 2 of the under 70 kilo category. Sally Conway of Great Britain faces Juliana Robra of Switzerland. Conway has picked up a single Shido. There's a little over 2 minutes left to go, and there's no score. Minute 20 odd left to go. The key for Juliana Robra is to try and hold off Conway for that minute 20 odd. We had the pleasure of the company earlier on of Nakoda Davis. She would have been a keen spectator in this one. Teammate Sally Conway. Robra picks up a penalty for passivity, just falling behind with the tempo there and loses the advantage. Inside the last minute now. Now Robra picks up a second penalty. So having had the advantage at one point, now falls behind as far as the advantage is concerned anyway. Conway it is now, having picked up just a single penalty. As the seconds tick away. I think the coach is going to be really upset with this one. Ooh. Sat Conway on her backside. That was pretty close. Surprised that Leo Held wasn't out of his chair screaming for a score there. Conway picked up a second penalty, so we're going to have some more of this then. Quite good enough for a score. You need to bring your opponent down onto some scoring part of their body, and Conway really only succeeded in bringing her down on top of herself. So no score given there. A little over a minute into the golden score period. Robra just trying to shape with that little feint, and Conway comes back with the attempted Tsutemiwaza, but that misses out. Robra just beginning to show signs of falling off the pace here. Another strong effort here from Conway, but there isn't one, and it's Robra. It must have been close. I was going to say that must have been close. For me, that was Yuko. I think JP would have been screaming for it had it been Conway bringing Robra down, but it was the other way around, and Juliana Robra wins out over Sally Conway of Great Britain. That brings to the mat Tsendayush Naranjagl of Mongolia. She's up against Golnauza Matinyazova of Uzbekistan. It's Tsendayush in the white judogi, Matinyazova in blue. I think we're going to have the pleasure of the company of Neil Adams shortly. I did see him earlier on and he said he would be up, so we look forward to seeing him shortly. Tsendayush with the Osai Komi. It's not the strongest, but It's on. Yep. No, it looks tight enough, doesn't it? Not going to get out of that one. Slip there from Martinyazova, pounced upon by Sendayush Naranjagl. It must be the other Sendayush who's injured. There's Naranjagl. Sendayush Naranjagl looks fully fit. The other Sendayush is Sendayush Serenadmid. Suspect that was the one that they were talking about the other night when they said that one of the Mongolian fighters was injured. Right, coming up next, Asma Niang of Morocco faces Ilyana Marzog of Germany. It's Niang in the white judogi and Marzog in blue.
Next fight on 72, weight number 63 kilos, second round. In the white for China, Yang Yunqiao. And in blue for Canada, Stephanie Stradley.
Niang is on the board with Yuko now. 2 minutes gone. The German trailing here. Still the single Yuko, the lead for Asmaniang, the Moroccan, over the German. We're inside the last 2 minutes here. Oh, a chance in. Here was a hair for Marzog, if she can wrap the head and shoulder up. Doesn't look that tight, does it? And the referee calls mate. Well, 30 odd seconds left to go. A real problem here for Marzog. She's come close in the Newaza exchanges, but there's no time left now for developing that, and it won't matter about the penalties, to be honest. Well, there's no control there, so. Well, I'm afraid just wasn't happening for Marzog there. Well, disappointment for Ilyana Marzog, not able to get past Asmaniang, the Moroccan it is, who makes it in to the last of the quarterfinals. We're watching the contest in round 2 of the under 70 kilo category now between Maria Portela of Brazil. She faces Moira de Villiers of New Zealand. Portela in the white judogi, de Villiers in blue. It's possible that we will be making a shift down to mat number 1 in a couple of minutes. We'll just wait for Neil to come and join us. Neil Adams said that he'll come and sit in, and we're delighted to have his company. Portela and De Villiers can continue to battle away down on mat number 3. That's in round 2 of the under 70 kilo category. But we're going to go down to mat number 1. The contest coming up there is Dastan Yikibayev of Kazakhstan. He faces his neighbour, Mirali Sharipov of Uzbekistan. It's Yikibayev in the white judogi, Sharipov in blue. And it's a very good afternoon to Neil Adams. Good afternoon, Neil.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. I'm glad to be here, Sheldon.
Nice one, mate. Glad you could join us. We're going to, as I say, we're going to take a look now at Yikibayev in the white judogi and Sharipov in blue. It's round 2 in the under 73 kilo category. How's it going?
Well, I think, I was watching a lot of the matches yesterday, Uzbek and the Kazakh, and it's very, very low centre of gravity fighting, but, they have such good counter-attacks as well, so one small mistake, and I think that they capitalise so well on it. But, it's their particular style, and their style very dynamic in its own way, and of course it all derives from the wrestling styles within their countries.
They've got lots of depth as well, haven't they?
Well, a load of depth, haven't they? Just got to look in the 60 kilograms and the Uzbek and 66s, of course, as well. The two of them back to back and going for the Olympic places, and that creates a lot of interest, of course. And I think we've noticed that, haven't we, with a lot of the weight categories, a lot of the categories, some of the countries are sending 2 people out, and it's all head-to-head right the way through, and we've got 2 more qualification events, of course, to go until the next Olympic Games. Well, qualification events that will qualify people either...
loads of tension around that, isn't there?
Well, it's a load of tension. I mean, really, it's you can see it with them, can't you, with their fighting, and of course a lot of them head to head. Some of them, I mean, you have a look at Kayla Harrison and Edgwar, of course. They're nine fights each. Well, that was against the arm, wasn't it? Well, let's have another look at that, because we're not going to have a look back in slow motion of that particular fight. The next match on this mat is Ungvari of Hungary against Esposito of Italy. Under 73 kilograms. Well, like Sheldon and I were just saying there, that there's a lot of countries still trying to qualify for the Olympic Games, a lot of fighters trying to qualify still, a lot of tension, some of the ones that are just on the periphery of qualification. But that's what it's all about, really. That's what these qualification events are all about. It's all about qualification. Ungvari, very experienced. Well, he has good newaza, Ungvari, as well. He has good transition. He likes to follow it down. Not the most dynamic thrower, but still very effective.
He seems to have been around for so long, doesn't he? Not just coming up from 66, but even at 73. Just one cycle. He moved up after London. He took silver in London, and now it just seems as though he's been there forever.
Well, you were talking about the different cycles and how difficult it is. Just, they do one Olympic Games. The second cycle is always more difficult. And then the ones that, of course, are coming into a third cycle, Olympic cycle, how hard is that? You look at people that have done 3 Olympic Games, like Iliadis, for example. This is a really difficult one for him.
No score yet. Ungvari and Esposito battling it out here. Esposito's on his way up, isn't he? He's going to be around for a while. Ungvari, this has got to be his last cycle. We were actually talking about that with London. Would he go another cycle? But we didn't take into consideration the fact that he might change weights.
Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's, are they going to carry on for another 4 years? It's another 4 years of training. I mean, it's not just coming out to the events, it's the training that goes with it.
That's the hardest thing. And it's not just the fighters who are at the later end of their careers. If you think about a young fighter who's been battling to qualify for the Olympic Games, gets to that point and then doesn't get selected, it gets the heart ripped out of them, doesn't it?
Well, I think that's what we're finding here, and I think we'll find it next week as well in Kazakhstan. Because what we're going to have is Yuko there from Kouchi from Ungvari.
Neat, wasn't it?
Yeah, very nice.
One of his favourites, that.
Wow, it's terrific, isn't it? He's got great change of direction, so quick. Yeah, I think you've got two different kinds of qualification here. You've got the older ones that are trying to qualify in quite a high place, maybe get a seeding for the Olympic Games, and then the ones trying to get to the Olympic Games for the first time.
Dashtova Matuvshin comes to mind yesterday in what, I'm not going to say lackluster, but it wasn't the same Dashtova that we're accustomed to. He wasn't as aggressive, as threatening. He always looks dangerous. And yesterday, not pussycat, but it wasn't the same guy. And he'd had the news that he wasn't going to the games.
Well, that could have been it, couldn't it? And absolutely nothing like that to take the wind out of your sails.
Well, Mackenzie took advantage of it in the bronze medal contest.
That was a terrific win for Mackenzie, that was. He turned around a defeat to him before, and so to turn that around and to do it well, he did it really well, kept his composure.
Right through the contest. And the other thing was, just when he needed to step up the attacks in that golden score period, he was able to push it that little bit harder and just shade Dashtova out. And it was the difference for me between somebody who was looking forward to something, he was going somewhere, to somebody who'd already been told, you ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, no, exactly.
What's the point?
No.
It's like, okay.
No, you did right, and it's difficult. Well, as soon as you know that it's over, do you carry on?
There wasn't anything else there for Dashtova. It was enough for him to put up some fight, but not to give absolutely everything. Shame, really, because he's a super fighter, Dashtova.
This is interesting. Esposito is just pushing forwards. He's the Yuko down, coming up to a minute and a half. It's a minute and a half still to go. So world rankings for Ungvari. What have we got for Ungvari at the moment?
Now, that's something that I would have to look up. And I shall open my computer now and have a look at that.
Well, a lot of these fighters as well, fighting not to lose. They just need enough qualification. They don't want to get injured this close to the Olympic Games. The Olympic Games getting closer and closer, about 90 days to go. And then it's all systems ballistic.
We were talking to Nakoda Davis a little bit earlier on about Almaty. That's out of the question for her now. She's going to take a bit of a break, but she'll be back for Guadalajara, the Masters.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
we did talk about that yesterday.
She's up for that.
I think if it was me, I would have done it the other way around, but that's my own personal opinion. So Ungvari just dominating the grips and doing a good job just to squash that Cianagi from Esposito. Very experienced Ungvari, knows what he has to do. Quick look up at the clock there, and 18 seconds left.
there wasn't any time during the contest. I know it's going to sound a bit of a dig at Esposito, but there wasn't any time when I thought Ungvari came under any real threat.
No, I think that was just a really good experience from Ungvari. He just knew he had to just hold on to his lead. He was just playing the game and dominating the grips. I think a lot of people out there that don't know a lot about judo, or certainly at this level, the importance of the kumakata and the gripping is just absolutely imperative. You can control the whole match through your kumakata. It really is as important at this level as technical experience as well. And
Ungvari never looked as though he'd blocked him out. He never looked as though he'd blocked him out. He looked as though he managed each time that Esposito came up with something. Every time Esposito thought, okay, I'll go this way, Ungvari managed to
but it's exactly how it was.
him.
He manoeuvred him, and he controlled the match through his grips. It's funny, my daughter's just about to do a competition today, and she's 13 years of age, and I said to her, you have to control the match through your kumakata and through your grips.
We're going to take a quick look at Marcello Contini of Brazil. He faces Hassan Van Leoglu of Turkey. It's Contini in the white judogi, Van Leoglu in blue. And the reason I mentioned take a quick look is that we're likely to switch mats because Nagase Takanori of Japan, the current world champion, will be up against Abdul Haq Rasulu of Azerbaijan on mat 2 shortly. So let's stick with Contini in the white judogi, Van Leoglu in blue for the time being. And then when we get the current world champion next door, we'll switch and have a look at that.
Yeah, he's a fighter. Contini was one that was put out by the Brazilians early, wasn't he? And they wanted to build up points. Obviously saw the talent in the youngster. Vaniloglu, though, he's a big thrower.
I'm not entirely convinced by the Brazilian men's team, you know. I just think that there are some things in there. I mean, I suppose if we look back at Thiago Camilo still around.
Fourth Olympic Games.
You know, just amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
Amazing. Leandro Guerrero. You know, maybe the names at the moment don't have the same kind of ring. And if they miss out with Rafael Silva in the heavyweight, because you know that's the closing day, and if he should tumble early, which is not, you know, beyond the realms of all possibility, you could get knocked over. Any of those guys can knock anyone over, and if he goes early, there won't be a lot left for the home crowd to be shouting about.
Well, just look at the under-60s yesterday, and Ashley McKenzie beat both the Brazilians,
Kitadai and Takabatake.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure which one. Kitadai, I think, got really frustrated by Mackenzie, and Mackenzie's patience yesterday was incredible in the two fights. One when we were talking about, well, now that we're talking about Kitadai, he just did exactly what he should do. And then in that last one with Dashtova, and you look at the quality of opponents he beat yesterday. But yeah, knocked off both the Brazilians. Yeah, did well. Contini's picked up a single Shido. There's 3:20 odd left to go.
Yeah, that Shido could be costly. It means he's going to come forward here, and Vaniloglu is the one that's carrying down to the ground, trying to catch Contini on the ground. Watch out for the Sianagi. Vaniloglu just looking for the opportunity off that sleeve for the Sodi, and there it is. Good transition, always good to see the transition from standing down to ground. And I think, Sheldon, definitely the way that certainly the World Tour has gone now with the referees allowing a lot more time in Newaza, it's been a lot better for judo in general, I think, because of the development of Newaza. It enables us then to teach the Newaza, and it's great to see the referees let it go on.
It's a strange thing to say, but having had this gap for me, this like a trough, when there was a period when we had moved away from recognising good newaza, accepting it as an integral part of the sport and everything, and we had this kind of gap where they hardly got any time at all, and all the things that people had been working on became very, very difficult to bring off because you didn't have time. We then turned that around in a short space of time. The referees knew about it, but they hadn't been told, and they'd moved away from allowing time. They said, no, hang on a minute. Yeah. We need to let this happen.
Well, the interesting thing was I was doing coach education course, and one of the coaches put his hand up and said, what's the point of teaching newaza if we can't, but I said, you're the problem. And, it's the other way around, because now that we have got the time, we have to teach. We have to coach the coaches to teach it. And it starts within the clubs. That's where it starts.
Now, we were talking about going over to Mat 2. Katarzyna Kliss and Elvisma Rodriguez were involved in a second round contest in the under 70 kilo category, and the Venezuelan Elvisma Rodriguez has won out over Kliss. So we can go over to mat number 2 now, because the contest coming up there is Nagase Takanori of Japan, the current world champion. He faces Abdul Haq Rasulu of Azerbaijan. It's Nagase in the white judogi, Rasulu in blue. Here's Neil.
Well, Nagase, for me, one of the favourites, I think, certainly with Shrikasvili for this, for the Olympic Games. They kind of kept him out of it a little bit. They're bringing him here, I think, just to give him a run out. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of form he's on. It's always interesting to see what form they're on, certainly so close to the Olympic Games. Often they're training through training programs, and they can be tired. And their contests don't always end as quickly as they would have liked, but it's all about getting mat time. We saw it with Teddy Riner just a couple of weeks ago in the European Championships. It's all about mat time and how long they're doing on the mat. And I think that's what's going to be for Nagase here. Nagase gets a Shido.
It's no surprise. He's often slightly off the pace. He hasn't got the tempo. So he picks up a Shido.
He has great transition though, and I like it because he's got an overall game. I like it because it's standing, and he can go to newaza as well. I think also, Sheldon, he's the only one that doesn't fear Shrikasvili. A lot of people are frightened, I think, to fight Shrikasvili, and they're always on the back foot, whereas Nagase always seems to be coming forwards. And, whether it's newaza or whether it's tachiwaza, he's always coming forward no matter who.
He had Nassif Elias of Lebanon this morning, and we explained that Nassif had originally come from Brazil, so in effect he had a Brazilian at the other end of his hands, and Elias gave him a reasonable little run out this morning. They went the full distance, 2 Shidos to 1 in the end. It was 3-1 at one time, but they took the last one away, and Elias momentarily was peeved about having lost, but by the time that he'd gone out to the warm-up area, we'd invited him back because we slated him a little bit here, and I did, and I brought him up and said, well, you tell me what you thought. He said, well, yeah, actually, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, whether you've been dominated, and we just talked about it earlier, they dominate through the grips. As soon as you get hold of them, There's a beautiful Ouchi. Is that Ippon? No, was Ari given? He rolled onto his back.
Yeah. What we were talking about this morning, getting close to the target area, Delara Lokmanikim could do with having a look at that particular execution of Ouchi Gari there. Couldn't get off it, could he?
Beautiful driving Ouchi, and straight into the newaza.
Like
excellent.
You said, transition. Move smoothly from one aspect of the sport to the other, without really breaking sweat. You can struggle and do a turnover and all kinds of things, but he pounced on him, didn't he?
Well, I was talking about it just this morning about transitioning and transitioning in randori and how important it is to have it as part of your randori practice. It's amazing how many clubs still separate randori with tachiwaza and newaza, have 2 separate things. And you have to have a high proportion of it mixed together. And you can see there with Nagase, straight on top, no thoughts whatsoever. It's just a continuous movement from the standing into the groundwork, and again, you know, it turns into the Sangaku Gatami, and it's Ippon. Great stuff from Nagase.
Off goes Rasulu, the Azeri, from whom, well, I suppose some people in the crowd would have hoped for a slightly closer contest, but in the end, Nagase winning out fairly straightforward, bang bang, if you like.
Well, like I say, it's about mat time, I think, for him. I think that Inouye's probably sent him out just to get as much time on the mat. He won't mind. Certainly, when I was coach, certain situations you didn't mind them going almost time. You can learn such a lot from those kind of fights, actually.
On the mat now, Aziz Kalkamanuli of Kazakhstan faces Carlos Luz of Portugal. It's Kalkamanuli in the white judogi, Luz in blue. We're only half a minute into it already. Luz is suffering a little bit to go whack to the nose there.
Well, it's such is the gripping strategies, isn't it, of our sport? You know, just it is just happens. It's a physical contact sport. I think it's one of the problems that we have at the moment. We're too technical. I mean, I'm all for technical, but I think we cannot lose the physical aspect of our sport. It is a combat sport.
Another little hand tap from Kalkamanuli and Luz. They had one at the beginning, which we kind of cut out, didn't we? Just the bow and get on with it.
Not allowed, is it?
No, and Okada, the referee, he let it pass because they'd already gripped up, but there must be some other reason. I don't know whether Luz has been, you know, working out with him in the back. Maybe Kalkamanuli was short of a warm-up partner, and maybe they just had that little warm-up in the back, and he said, yeah, thanks, pal, you know, but Okada you saw his face, I'm going to leave it.
I've seen it a few times, you know, with Iliadis in the warm-up area, with people he's about to fight. I mean,
how do you do that?
Well, he's quite an amazing chap for that. Even walks up to the coaches sometimes, Iliadis. Well, here's your situation of trying to dominate grips. They'll have to be a little bit careful that they don't start getting Shidos. Kalkamanuli looking for the sleeve, but so is Luz. It's a left against right situation, so often it's difficult to catch the sleeve from that situation. And forced to go right there, Luz, even though he's a left-handed fighter. So having to fight off one hand, and that's why Luz then disappearing underneath for the Sianagi. Kalkamanuli just waiting for it. And so he gets a Shido for it, not attacking. He's got to get on the pace. That's the thing about the gripping strategies now. You have to grip up, and then you've got to attack. Now he's got the grip. Now he needs to use it. It's no good just gripping up and then hoping that the other one gets a Shido. You can't do that anymore. So Luz is going to have to attack as well. He's gone into defensive mode. And I think Luz is going to get the Shido any second now. Well, I was just about to say we haven't seen a major technique from Kalkamanuli, but then just throws the Sianagi in.
It's as though he was waiting for you to say that.
He was.
Single Shido against the Kazakh fighter.
Yeah, look, he has the sleeve again now, and that's where he's got to attack. So definitely Luz is going to get his Shido now. I'm almost positive because he hasn't attacked. He's looking at that and just feeding off that Shido. I'm sure that the top table are going to insist that Luz gets a penalty. It should liven them both up again. But saying that, Kalkamanuli is the one trying to initiate. Manuli wants to go forwards, and he needs to. Well, Luz gets a Yuko there. Did you see the Yuko?
Must be his lucky day.
Yeah.
I thought for a minute he was going to get penalised.
Well, I thought for sure. So I misread that one. It's a pity we can't see it back in slow motion. That's why we have the top table. I like that's got to be a Shido. Surely they're going to give him a Shido. And they do. They give him a Shido for dropping. No-handed Cianagi.
You're not going to catch many people with that one.
A little bit of frustration, I think. Manuli just pushing forwards all the time. It was an interesting match. Just about to come on to mat number 1, Svortov against Shane.
That's a nice
France.
contest, yeah.
Svortov, he was dark horse for me for the under 73 kilograms.
He picked up a couple of injuries, didn't he? One was a groin thing, which is really difficult to get rid of. So it reoccurred, and it just took the steam out of him.
Sometimes it's difficult, isn't it, for them to get back from injury. You know, it knocks the momentum out of the whole process. One minute 17, one Yuko in it. Luz of Portugal just managing to hold on. Going to be a second penalty any second now to Luz. Just really on the back foot. And this is one of the reasons that it's really important. Yesterday we saw some rapid fire Shidos handed out for passivity. And I really believe that if they don't want to fight, or if they're on the back foot just defending, that the quicker they hand the Shidos out, certainly coming into the last minute, it means that it's possible then to receive the disqualification if they don't want to fight. And I thought that it was pretty good yesterday that we saw a couple of the referees actually handing them out rapid fire. And here, Luz, we've seen just backtracking, putting a few techniques in just with the feet, but he really is just defending. 25 seconds to go. He's going to get another penalty any second now. There's the penalty, but it's not enough. There's only 2 up there. He might get another one if he drops.
Manuli's only hope really is to throw him now.
Well, he needs the Yuko, and then that will do it.
It's not going to happen, though.
No, last 10 seconds. So a stolen match by Luz of Portugal. Quick look at the clock, 2 seconds to go. And Manuli thinks, well, I've been mugged here.
Takes a dive. I don't know whether Okada will give him one for
I
dropping.
think so, yeah.
He still. It doesn't matter that the time's gone. He just wants to make a point, doesn't he?
Well, I think they should, because whether it's 1 second before the end, it might be 4th penalty 1 second before the end.
Quite true.
So therefore, I think they should always give it.
Right, we are going to go down to mat number 1, because coming on to mat number 1 is the number 1 seed, Rustam Orojov of Azerbaijan. He faces Magdiel Estrada of Cuba. It's Orojov in the white judogi and Estrada in blue.
What an incredible story with Orojov, isn't it? I mean, world number 1, European champion. He's had an incredible year. I think the only one that we've seen really take him apart is Ono. Well, actually, it's the Japanese, isn't it? Because there's a couple of them, haven't they? Disappeared underneath him with the Seanagis. But he's still the world number one. He's the most consistent in the weight category at the moment. He's got to be on for a medal at the Olympic Games.
Azeris will certainly be hoping for that. And they've had some history of success at that weight category with one of the vice president, isn't he? He was
Gold medalist.
Gold
First
medalist.
gold medalist ever.
Under 73. He's a little bit heavier now. He's put on a few kilos.
I don't think he'd make the 73s.
Elner Mamadli, you're talking about. He's a bubbly character, isn't he? He's friendly and welcoming.
And a hero, of course.
Yeah.
Now. Look at the work rate here from Orozhov. Just going out for it here. Estrada's wondering what the heck is happening. And Orozhov just turning in every one of his techniques from a slightly different angle and a slightly different grip. But everyone dangerous. It could all throw him for Ippon. Oh, Soto again. Soto Makikomi. I'm going to make a prediction here. And I think Estrada, who's on the back foot here, might go over for a fairly big score any second now. Hasn't attacked one time yet, Estrada. He hasn't been able to. And again, it comes from the gripping strategies of Orozhov. So Orozhov going left and right. There's a nice Seanagi from Estrada. Amazing atmosphere last night in this stadium.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually that there isn't a bigger crowd today. Because yesterday there was a really good crowd in.
And this being the weekend.
Yeah,
and all. So I think we might see it this evening. I think a lot of people will be
Yeah.
coming for the evening session. So now Estrada starting to go to work. I think he realised he had to up the pace here with the Orozhov. Otherwise it was going to be good night. Big arm over the top from Orozhov. Goes for the Hizaguruma, looking for the Kosoto. There's the Makikomi. Estrada does well. Got one Shido on the board, Estrada. Second one just gone up. Well, you were talking about just being off the pace, and certainly Estrada just off the pace here. Orozhov one step ahead all the way through.
2 penalties picked up by the Cuban now. 2:20 odd left to go.
Looking for the Ouchigari. We were talking about that yesterday, weren't we? About the different head direction for the Ouchi. He has a similar thing to Muki there. He starts to pull his head for the Uchimata and then changes direction for the Ouchigari. So not getting it all his own way now. Estrada just settled down a little bit. He's defended the onslaught. And Orozhov looks just a little bit tired, just off the back of the European Championships.
It's another one of those fights where you think, is he just... I don't want to be disparaging towards Estrada, but it's Orozhov saying, I don't need to do a great deal here, I just need to do enough. And if the shape comes and I want to have a good dig, then I will.
I think it's about mat time, isn't it? A lot of it is about mat time, and also just looking at a lot of these fighters, timing just a little bit off.
See, he's just put in 2 really quick, strong attacks there. He puts in another one, and all of a sudden, Estrada picks up a 3rd penalty.
Yep. Well, again, it's down to pace and just doing enough. Timing not as good as it was in the European Championships. Orozhov. Here's that Kosoto that he climbs on top of there. He just takes the outside of the leg. But he's going over both flanks. He's a little bit frustrated here. Estrada, though, fighting well. Well, saying that, and he just gets that third penalty, and it was for a grip on the same side. He was gripping a cross grip just a little bit too long, but he seems to be the one coming forwards now, Estrada. Orozhov looking for the Ashiwaza, trying to do the Hizaguruma. Then he'll come back onto that front leg of Estrada for the Kosoto. 4 seconds left, he's just going to let it tick along. Well, I'm guessing he's not going to be that happy with that fight, but it's just getting through it. No injuries, that's a good thing. That's always a massive plus.
Because you were talking about getting mat time. Well, he certainly got it there because he got the full 5 minutes. Was he at any point under any real threat from Estrada?
You're absolutely right. No stress. Just controlled it.
And on a couple of occasions, he went in for, a Bochi and a little stab at this, and then he just stepped back, just at the right time, and for no reason at all, really, you ended up with Estrada with 3 Shidos against him. The gap at the end, on paper, is going to look as though Estrada wasn't in it, and yet had he not committed those 3 errors.
Yeah, I think he just controlled the fight, realised that, I've had it so many times, Sheldon, myself, and sometimes I've come out and I've known that it's going to be a hard day's work, and almost every fight, I remember the 85 World Championships I did, every fight went to time and it was just really hard work. And then other times you come out, everything is in line, all of the stars are in line, and
they go over.
Well, you just can't put a foot wrong, so it's one of the few sports where at one stage, you can come away from a practice thinking it's the best sport on earth, and the next night you come away thinking, I just want to stop it, I want to pack it in.
On the mat now, Uali Kershev of Russia. He faces Dmitro Kanivets of the Ukraine. It's Kershev in the white judogi, Kanivets in blue. We've had half a minute. There's no score yet.
We know much about Kershev?
I have seen him on a few occasions. I can't remember where I saw him last. Was he not at the Europeans? Did he not take their spot there?
You said that you had a good discussion with Mikhail, 66 kilograms.
Polyaev yesterday.
With Polyaev, yes.
Yeah.
And you said that you asked him whether he fought in the European Championships. He said no. I've got my own set events, and that's what the boss had told them.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these guys have fantastic to have the depth that they have. They can put these guys out. Sometimes you haven't seen much of them, but it's going to be a handful when you get hold of them.
It's tricky. I mean, because you want to ask, you want to ask questions that are slightly probing, but at the same time, you're aware of the need to be reasonably diplomatic, because he's not going to come up with anything earth-shattering, is he? He's already been told these are the things that you can talk about. This is what you do, and they grace us with an interview. They allow us, or else they say no, I'm not interested. And because we're IJF, they have to, give us some answers. But I wanted to get a feeling from Polyaev yesterday about whether he was disappointed at not having been selected to fight at the European Championships, not least of all because they were held in Kazan and it's in Russia and that sort of thing. And I felt that he gave not a prepared answer because he didn't know what the question was, but he gave one that was genuine because he said, no, I'm not disappointed. Now, how many people are going to say, I'm not disappointed, that I wasn't selected to go to the Europeans? But what he said quickly after that was he wasn't disappointed because it was never in the plan. He never expected to get selected for the European Championships because that wasn't his plan. Ezio Gamba and the coaching staff had a plan for him, and it included this event. And he said, and for as long as the plan is going to the plan, I'm a happy guy.
Well, I think you're right. Just the odd one. I think that they want to get a bit of mat time, like Pulayev.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't see it not being Pulayev going to the the Olympic Games. But this guy here, Kershev, definitely not going to go to the Olympic Games. A, because of world ranking, but also because they've got so many that are in there. 2 penalties against Kanevets here of the Ukraine. But Kershev almost going over a couple of times to the Kouchi from Kanevets.
An unattractive looking scoreboard, which is for the adjoining mat as far as Martina Traidos is concerned. She's the number 1 seed here. There's a minute and a half left that time's up on that contest, and Traidos picked up 2 penalties. So
Tell you what I did see yesterday, which I haven't seen so many of, which was golden scores. We saw a lot of golden scores yesterday.
Yeah.
And we didn't see hardly any of previous 5 tournaments. And tells me that the referees are interpreting in a slightly different way, maybe, at this tournament.
Next fight, 32, third round, women under 63 kilos. Eva Weiss from Cuba.
Back with a little bit of an upset against Traidos in the 63 kilo category, knocking out the number 1 seed.
Nice Siatoshi there from the Russian. In fact, it was Kanevets, wasn't it, with the attacking Kershev.
Two penalties picked up by Kanevets. There's minute and 20 odd left to go.
Van Tichelt out next in the 73s. Well, there was a nip on there from the Ukraine. Kanevets catches the Russian. So it looks like Van Tichelt's going to come out a little bit earlier than expected.
Kershev was surprised and shocked there, still hanging his head.
Just coming up to 1 minute to go, wasn't it? Then just caught him with the big one. So Van Tichelt just about to step out. 2-time world bronze medalist Van Tichelt, former European champion.
It'll be Van Tichelt in the white judogi. He's up against Yosjon Boboyev of Uzbekistan. Boboyev in blue.
Talking about gripping and Kumikata, the importance of, have a look at Van Tichelt in white here, and his superior gripping skills. He is just so strong with the Kumikata, left and right. Look him, he's on the sleeve already, got his left-handed grip, and he throws right as well off it. Does the Sodi on the other side. Did some randori with him. Absolutely amazing how strong his Kumikata is. Nice Uchimata there, though, Babayev.
Just had him up on his toes for a while, didn't he? It goes left-sided as well, immediately after the right-sided Uchimata effort. Look for the left turn. It wasn't quite as strong. But Van Tichelt now just covering him up in Neva zone, maybe just having a chance to think,
Well, yeah, when you get jacked up like that, I mean, sometimes, you know, you're shaking hand with the rafters up there.
Well, he's given him a look right-sided and one on the left. And Tichelt will want to settle and come up with his own attacks now.
Sometimes suffers in the second part of the contest, Van Tichelt, just condition-wise. I think such a lot of power goes in, and I think he gets quite nervous as well. A lot of the fighters where it's power-based struggle in the second part, certainly in the last minute of the contest.
A long way off there, wasn't he?
Yeah, Babayev.
I didn't think he was that far off.
No, I didn't either. I was going to say he's defending well, Babayev, but Van Tichelt was trying to throw.
Yeah. It was harsh, wasn't it? It was
I
a
thought
harsh
so.
one, yeah.
So he gets a Shido. Could make the difference in the end. You need to get rotation, don't you, with those Cianagis? Just have to get the rotation.
Two minutes gone, single Shido against Van Tichelt. Scoreboard in the background is for the adjoining Matt Espinosa and Quadras, the Brazilian trailing by Wazari.
Wow, some really strong gripping going on here. Babayev given as good as he's getting. He's trying to get his elbow over the top there. They're two both fighting for the inside grip. Well, they're both gripped up. And there's the Uchimata! Oh!
That was a
That was
spanking.
What a belter. My goodness me, set him up there, didn't he, for that line?
Well, he threatened with it once before, hadn't he? So Van Tichelt can't say that it came out of the blue. He'd ridden it once before, and he's been given a life here. He really has.
Well, we can see it now. It's an overthrow. Good decision, actually. I think, because I do feel quite seriously about that overthrow situation. And when they go right the way over, it's all about controlling with the hands and making sure that they land on their back.
I mean,
So
they gave Wazari, but if you look at the absolute finish,
it's actually a Yuko.
he could have been a Yuko even.
That's exactly what my point is, that, they used to talk about the super Ippon.
Yeah.
And the super Ippon, I'm sorry, the Ippon is Ippon.
I was so glad you said that, because I'd like to know about this concept of super Ippon.
No, but I've had arguments with it, Sheldon, about this and with the powers to be. And actually, Yamashita Sensei was in there as part of this discussion. And I said, I never saw one time when both your hands weren't completely in control and putting their shoulders through the mat. It was one of Ebenuma's brilliant Uchimatas that completely overthrew, and he said, well, that was a super Ippon. I said, no, it wasn't. Ippon is where they land on their back with impetus.
End of story.
Yeah. And so, but good to see that. They overruled that. Like you said, it could have been a Yuko, but it was such a beautiful technique, and they've given Wazari for it.
He really did launch him, didn't he? And just to finish off on Uali Kershev, he was the gold medal winner at the Grand Slam in Tumen last year. He was part of the Russians' European Team Championship silver medal winning team at the European Championships in Kazan a couple of weeks ago. And that's as much as we've seen of him, really, at that kind of level. So, he's thereabouts.
Well, like I say, they've got so many, haven't they, that are there and roundabout. Van Tichelt coming forwards now. He's desperate now. He really is. He knows he needs an Ippon here. The last 18 seconds. And I don't think it's going to happen. Round 3. He loses now. He's out. He nearly stopped there. That
Yeah,
buzzer
the gong,
wasn't for
yeah.
him. Yeah, it wasn't for him.
Won't make any difference now, that drop that Baboyev gave away.
So Van Tikkel gets thrown beautifully by Babayev. Absolutely a super technique. It was a super Yuko.
Best Yuko I've seen this week.
Well, exactly. Super Yuko, we can even call it a Wazari.
So, Baboyev it is who sees off the challenge of Dirk van Tichelt. As Neil was saying, that's the day done for Dirk van Tichelt. We'll continue with the under 73 kilo category. Georgios Azoidis of Greece is up now against Vugar Beyramov of Azerbaijan. Azoidis in the white judogi, Beyramov in blue.
So we're on round 3 then of the under 73 kilograms, and predicted semi-finals, quarter-finals.
I haven't looked that far, to be honest.
The Greek team coming up. We've got some good fighters coming through and fighting well on the world tour. Regular medals. 81 kilograms, well represented. Left against right again here, as well as right-handed, trying to dominate the sleeves. But a lot of sleeve to sleeve. We found that a lot, I think, in these Grand Prix Grand Slam tournaments. The slightly bigger sleeves lending themselves to
that kind of gripping,
that
yeah.
kind of gripping.
I think that few people enjoy that option.
Well,
Not if you're on the receiving end.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's great, I think, as long as they attack off it and they use the sleeve. There's some fantastic techniques coming off the sleeves now with the Yoko Toshis and also the Sorisura Komis. So some really good techniques coming from it. Looking for the Ashiwaza first as well as, and Barimov is going to have to start to take the initiative. Great to see national squads. You know, the big advantage of hosting such an event in your country is that you can put your whole national squad in if you've got enough depth.
Yeah.
4 in every weight category, so gives the opportunity, of course, for the lower ranked or the juniors to fight some of the world's best. Still no score. As Wadis seems to be the one pushing forwards. Baramov. Bit of a sacrifice attempt there. Drops on his back. Wadis gets the Shido. Prime example of just pushing forwards not being enough. Pinning the sleeve again, Barimov. Always the most contested categories, 73s and 81 kilograms.
In the white for Puerto Rico, Maria Perez. In the blue for Hungary, Churchak Sabina.
Tried for the Sodi again on the opposite side there, Barimov. No real Newaza, Sheldon. Either one of these, they don't really want to go down, and Azerbaijan is not
Yeah, I was going to say they're not
renowned
Yeah,
for their
yeah.
Newaza. Not 3 minutes gone. Saying that, straight into the offside commie.
by
It's-
luck rather than design.
Well, it was. As Wadis just turns him over. And watch him just give up now. I think he'll let that go now. Started inside. It's going to go outside, I think. Just 20 seconds. Got to hold him there. Ippon scored as Wadis holds him. Barimov made a mistake. Just about to say that we must be getting quite close now. The quarterfinals, all across the board.
Yeah, we're just lining them up now. 70 kilos, Orozhov and Kanevets in the 73s. Baboyev took his place when he defeated Van Tichelt, and it'll be Azawidis or Beyramov. Well, there it is. It's Azawidis who will take on Baboyev in the second of the quarterfinals. Right, coming up next, Sanjagal Niamocher of Mongolia faces Sai Yinjirigala of China. It's Sanjagal in the white judogi and Sai in blue.
Well, again, Sanjagal, such a brilliant judo man. One of the physically strongest in the category, without a shadow of a doubt. But just a little bit off the form that we've seen in the past. Just lost a little bit of the edge, I think. But he can disappear underneath you. And he can pick you up as well. Any kind of technique here by Sai that's not fully committed will be severely punished. That's one of the observations I've had with Shinjaga the last few events. Just not really initiating the technique. It's almost like his head's willing, but keeps speaking to his body, saying, "You can attack now," and just gets a Shido for it as well. Yoko Satemi from Sai. Beautiful Osota Gary there, Sinjago right the way round. Very cool, calm and collected, Sinjago. Never looks ruffled to me. There's a beautiful Sianagi. Sai on the defensive. So what about this Mongolian team? Just all over, men and women. They're contesting in almost every weight category, right the way up.
They just haven't got the heavyweight man who's a real contender or the heavyweight woman. But everything below that, all of them.
All of
Yeah,
them contenders.
Yeah. From 48 to under 78, and from 60 to 100, and more than one. They just can't find heavyweights.
Which is strange, isn't it? Because a lot of their wrestling, their grandmasters,
Big guys.
are big guys.
Yeah. I mean, they have got competitors at those weights at those weights, but they're not medal prospects. But they're medal prospects in almost every other weight. And as I was saying, as we were talking about, he's gone over. Yep. Wazari.
Yeah, brilliant seeing Aggie there. He came off the wrong side. Well, there isn't a wrong side, of course, but he came off the opposite side. Sai landed on his side. I think he gave an ippon to begin with, but then overruled it. Sanjagal just waiting his time. Seeing Aggie into the Kouchi. Up to Sai now to take the initiative. So again, having his sleeve pinned, Sai.
Yeah, didn't like it, and he showed the referee that. Vincent Drouot of France agreed that was an illegal grip, so Sanjagal picked up a second Shido.
Well, he really can't afford to get a third one, because that then puts him under pressure. Then he's got to attack in a given amount of time. And of course it puts him in danger of losing the contest through disqualification. Sai pushing forwards. Sanjagal now, quick look at the clock. There's the Sianagi again, totally dominating this match, Sheldon. But I think, like you said now, just realises that he just needs to block out. Defences have gone up. What do you think? Not as sharp as we have seen him. I think that the last few events, certainly for me.
You almost got caught there. You did actually. He went in for that low right-sided ippon Senage. It was a not half-hearted, but it wasn't the most powerful. And Sai showed us a little bit of his physical strength there by pulling Sanjagal back onto his side and coming up with Yuko. It was a sort of agricultural counter, like baling hay. He just sort of lifted him up and dumped him.
Agricultural sidestep. Yeah. I like that. It's not part of the Gokyo, I'm sure, but yeah, it's nice.
Oh, that was a good effort. Yes.
Gets a Wazari for it, and that puts him in the lead now. And this seems to be the story with Sanjagal, really. I've never seen him thrown so much. The last 4 or 5 events, and he keeps going over. And before, dominated with grips. And that puts Sai ahead now, coming into the last 14 seconds. The whole thing is just turned on its head.
Problems for the Mongolian, I'm afraid. Goes out here, that's it. Won't make any difference now for a second penalty. Sai could take a third if he wants. He does. Whoa, he can't do that.
I know, I was going to say, if it goes below the belt line, Hon Sokomaki, better be careful for that one. Luckily, the jacket was just about on the...
He's going to take a drop, but if truth be told...
Well, this is an interesting situation. Sanjagal, just to know what his situation is, 73 kilograms, qualification-wise, where he's at, because he just definitely does not look happy out there, and of course, it will not be good, going into the Olympic Games with the kind of form that he's got.
Yeah, not looking at his best. Right, we're going to go back to mat number two now, because we've got the quarter-final in the under 81 kilo category coming up now. Nagase Takanori of Japan faces Carlos Luz of Portugal. I think we've seen in this last round both Nagase and Luz, and now here they are in the head-to-head. It's Nagase in the white judogi and Luz in blue, and here's Neil Adams again.
Well, I think that Luz is going to play right into his hands here with his drop Seonegi, and I think that Nagase is going to be on top for the Sangaku turn, and I think it's going to be fairly straightforward. I love his stability here, Nagase. There's a Wazari straight away, is it? Yeah, Wazari straight away with the Ouchi Uchimata. Luz angry with himself, but it was just so matter of fact, so easy for him. They were so desperate for somebody in the under 81 kilograms, the Japanese, and then of course Nagase comes, he wins the Japanese tournament, the Grand Slam. He wins the world title, and not only that, but beats Shrikashvili and beats him well. Luz gets a penalty, can't grip up, he's just been dominated completely. And straight away, he knows that he has no way through any kind of defence with Nagase. It's just a matter of time, this.
He's getting snowballed here, isn't he?
He is absolutely snowballed. Not even a minute in. Wazari down.
All of a sudden, it begins to look as though Nagase has found his tempo, isn't he? Just stepped up a gear.
Yeah, he really has. And again, it's mat time, just getting on the mat, knock off the cobwebs, and then get your game in order. And that's the nice thing about it. He's got technique, tachiwaza and newaza, and also he's got tactics as well. He's got good tactics.
Stepped off that little Koichigari, nice and comfortable, moving backwards as Luz attacked.
We still think it's going to end on the ground, but saying that, could well be an Uchimata.
You think?
Just a prediction.
What makes you think that's going to happen?
A throw dominated absolutely from the grip there.
Poor old Luz goes over again. And it was the prediction that we were laughing at, not Luz getting thrown.
Yes. Beautiful stuff there from Nagase. Through to the semi-final. Luz just straight away off the from the start, he knew that he was dominated, his grip was dominated, no way back. So second quarter-final here, DeWitt, the junior world champion, stepping out against Eveliani and Baku, Georgia. DeWitt, we've seen him against some really good players and really starting to establish himself in the seniors. I don't think he's quite right, not quite ready for this Olympic Games, but definitely for the next 4 years coming up. 2020 will be his, but he'll still be a handful for anybody who's got to fight him.
I like his judo. He's a brave boy as well. I think he's one of those sort of fighters who believes that his time is now. You know.
Yeah, I don't think he's read the script, that's for sure, and you can kind of tell. He just goes out there, all guns blazing.
Basile was a little bit like that yesterday. Fabio Basile, the Italian boy, he kind of fancies himself. Mind you, I think he's going to go. I think they'll send him over Elio Verde.
Well, I think you're right, and certainly looking at the form of the two of them, probably...
Yeah, he's on his way up, isn't he?
He is on the way up. Go for the present form. Aveliani just a little bit off the pace here. Nice Tomanagi there from DeWitt. Shido to Avellani. Don't think he knows quite what's hit him here with DeWitt. Yoko Tominagi again. It's going to go all the way up. The penalties, I think. Every time he flinches, Avellani gets attacked. Well, I think it's time for DeWitt to look for something else other than that Yoko Tominagi. Avellani will start to squash it.
I see that coming.
Well, he's already defending it better. Got to break balance every time you do it.
Trying to go straight for the arm there, didn't he, to be honest?
Well, this is when you do need just a little bit more in the armory there, and that's the naivety, you could say, of a young fighter. You need to add things all the time. He needs a good follow-through into Newaza. He needs something over the other flank. You can't just rely on one technique all the way through.
What has happened, though, as a result of his constant battering away at Avellani's door, Avellani's picked up a second penalty.
Yeah, its pace is just so much better than Avellani, but Avellani, like I say, I don't think he quite expected him to be this lively. Bit of a shock to the system. But he's fighting like a junior, isn't he, DeWitt? Not, it's kind of junior in transition. And I think he needs to just have a look at his game and see about adding, like I say, to the armory and adding to his techniques. Kind of half looking for the Jujigatami there, the Georgian. One minute 34 left. Well, have we seen much of Avellani?
Not really,
Under 81
no.
kilograms.
No.
Of course, the great Shrikishvili, not here.
And then they also had a fighter who moved up from 73, Zabeda Rekviashvili. He moved up to 81, but he hasn't settled because he couldn't make 73. He was 76 or 78, but that was it. So now he's gone up to 81. He's 76. You know,
it's difficult, isn't it?
Kilos,
sometimes
yeah.
If you haven't got the balance right, and it's not always just the weight, but it is definitely finding the adjustment with the techniques as well, because obviously different levers.
Yeah, stature, size, all sorts of things come into it then.
To the last minute. He's been plugging away all the time. DeWitt has Tominagi'd Avellani to death, I think. We just heard that Kim Jae-bum just retired from competition. That was an interesting one, wasn't it? Under 81 kilograms.
Mark Pickering, the IGF media manager, mentioned it to me the other day. We tried to call him. It was An Jong-kwan, the Korean who now coaches in Spain, called him on his mobile, and we had a little look at him and a wave, and I don't know where he was. But I suppose that's one of the benefits of knowing, people on the circuit, and the strange, bizarre things like that happen. And then all of a sudden, there he was on a mobile phone waving at Kim Jae-bum.
That's the media for you now.
2 penalties picked up by Valiani. To be honest, he was in this state when he when he defeated Owen Livesey. He was on his knees, so maybe Livesey wore him out sufficiently for Frank Levitt just to be able to shade him out in this quarter-final. It's Devitt who we're going to see in the semi-final against Nagase. The young and the restless.
Well, you'll see it exposed there, and it won't be enough. Yoko Tomonagi won't be enough, and you'll see it exposed. But still good. It's great to see the youngsters coming through and how they break through into the senior ranks.
We've got quarterfinals not only here on mat number 2. Bak Ji-yoon of Korea faces Mariset Espinosa of Cuba. There's another quarterfinal in the under 63 kilo category taking place on mat number 3. Yarin Jerby of Israel faces Tsugane Megumi of Japan. Let's go there to mat number 3 and take a look at Yarin Jerby of Israel in the white judogi. She faces Tsugane Megumi of Japan in blue. There's no score yet. Tsugane has picked up a single Shido. There's a little over 3 minutes left to go. And here's Neil Adams again.
Well, it's great to see Yarin back to good throwing form. He's had a little bit of a blip a couple of the contests in, and I think part of it is just really having that grit, determination. It's not going to always go your way, especially if you're a thrower, and she is a thrower. You've got to be able to dig in sometimes and win the match. She had a couple of real run-ins with Schlesinger, and she was really disappointed to lose against Schlesinger.
There's some history there.
There is history, and it affected her.
Yeah.
And like I say, you've just got to put that behind you.
Look at the
The bigger picture is what's important. She's going to go to the Olympic Games, former world champion. She's a big thrower, huge thrower. And you can see here Tsugane having real problems with that dominant grip.
Tried to Ashiwaza her way out of it, didn't she? Just unsettling Yarin for a moment there, and making Yarin stand up a little bit more and then back off in the end.
We don't very often see the Japanese off the pace, do you? But Tsugane just off the pace gets a Shido. That's going to be, is it? Oh, it's very close.
She was so close to going over there. She walked onto that Makikomi, didn't she? She walked onto it. It was as though Jerby was waiting for her.
Well, you can see this match absolutely suits her, doesn't it? Because Tsugane wants to throw, Gerby wants to throw, and that's just what Gerby wants. She wants to stand up. She doesn't want to be bent over. Doesn't want somebody snapping at her heels. She wants somebody to stand up and do judo with her. Looking for the Sodi, then big arm comes over, looking for the Uchimata. Changes it to the left, gets a Yuko, does she? Yes, she does. Gets a Yuko for it. Great change of direction there from Gerby.
Well, there's been a crowd silencer in Baku, because Dmitry Kanevets of Ukraine has just flattened Rustam Orizhov of Azerbaijan in the quarter-final of the under-73 kilo category on mat 1. What I was going to do was to wait until Jerby and Tsugane had finished and we would go up and catch up with the action. That, unfortunately, is not going to happen.
I think that's the thing about Orozhov, isn't it? Orozhov can be absolutely brilliant, and then he does lose. When he does lose, it's by a big one, often. I think that's the same with a lot of the big throwers. Gerby the same. She wins big. She looks fantastic. One of the best technicians. Yeah. But when she goes over, she goes. She's on the defensive now, Yarden Gerby. Gets a Shido for it, just patting off. Got to grip up, got to go in. Look at her backing off now. Sugani coming forwards. Best defense is offense. Gerby's going to get a second penalty here. Stepped out. 9 seconds left. This then to get to the semi-final. Sugani comes forwards. And I have to say that she deserved the third penalty there, Gerby, but just did enough, that Yuko. Beautiful change of direction. Everything right. And then she switched to the left for her Yuko score.
Right, we're going to go down to mat number 1 now, because on mat number 1 we've got a quarterfinal in the under 73 kilo category between Gyorson Baboyev of Uzbekistan. He faces Georgios Azoidis of Greece. It's Baboyev in the white judogi, Azoidis in Greece. We've almost had a minute of this quarterfinal. There's no score yet, and here is Neil.
So Baboyev just piling on the pressure there. You can see the pace is up. They're all coming into the medal possibilities now, or the medal matches, or the contest that's going to decide the medal matches, and you get into the later rounds, kind of spurs you on. It's right to right, this. Both standing up, so somebody's going to go here. Normally it's Osoto to Osoto, that front leg being the danger. They want to attack the front leg. Of course, it's sometimes the most dangerous thing to attack. Who's going to go for it? One of them. Each one of them waiting for the other one to commit. Then they readjust the back leg. Osoto to Osoto. Big arm over, got to attack immediately. Any cross grip. Still no score, just over, well, just coming up to the halfway mark. Aswadis has to do something. His head's down now. There's the Osoto. Barani out. Babayev. It's what they're both looking for. They're looking for the same technique, and when they're looking for the same technique, it's normally the one that they can get caught with. Some heavy breathing out there. Well, both of these realise that semi-final place up for grabs. Who's going to go for it? Babayev looking for the Kosoto this time. Said earlier, who's going to commit? And that's the key, is who's going to commit. Aswadi's. He wants the Osoto as well. There's the Ko. Always attacking the front leg. So 1 minute 13. They need a score. One of them needs a score. There's 2 penalties there to Babayev. That means he's going to come forward, certainly in this last minute anyway. So now Babayev will commit. He'll have to. He'll need the score. There's the Uchimata. So Yuko scored there. It had to be him. He needed a score on the board. He was losing by that 1 penalty. Now looking for the turnover into the Tati Shihogatami. As he got it. Tied up the middle section and then just climbed over the top. So that's Osai Komi, surely.
Yeah, I think the clock is...
Can't see the clock, can we?
No, we've got the other clock from the adjoining mat, but the clock up on mat number 1 is ticking away, and there it is. That's the gong from it. Just out of our shot.
Good transition in there. Controlled the midsection there, climbed it over. Pinewood roll. I'm sure it's not called that.
I think they may call it something else in Uzbekistan. Despite the fact that they may very well have learned it from someone who'd passed it on from Pinewood.
I'm sure. Gyosjan Biayev goes through to the semi-final. All on that last minute, wasn't it? He just he had to do something.
Well, his teammate is about to come to the mat now in the under 73 kilo category. It'll be Sayin Rijigala of China to face Mirali Sharipov of Uzbekistan. Sai in the white judogi, Sharipov in blue. We've got someone else in the chair for the Uzbek, or is coach going to stick around? No, it's someone else coming out. They've got sufficient enough numbers in coaching staff. Who's that coming out for the Chinese? Chung Hoon. He'd originally coached the South Korean team in London.
Coaching the Chinese team.
Now coaching China. So, Sai in the white judogi, Sharipov in blue. The third of the quarterfinals in the under 73 kilo category.
Done well so far. Sai did a great job.
Yeah, against
in his last match.
Yeah. Had to show his cat-like abilities there to avoid going over. Sharipov with the Tomoe are now trying to work on the Jujigatami turnover here. Neat. How was that?
Well, it's nice turnover. Is he onto the arm properly? It's all about the pressure into the elbow joint. So what he's going to do is turn the Osai Komi and then go onto the other arm.
Yeah,
look at that.
there you go.
Great
Yeah.
change of direction. That was a brilliant change of direction.
He's had to tap out. Couldn't do it, could he? He was all over him.
Yeah. I love that change of direction. Actually, I don't know whether we can see that back in slow motion.
To go right to left.
Yeah, he went straight onto the other arm. Brilliant bit of newas of that from Sharipov. It really was.
Sharp, wasn't he? Really sharp. He got really done up there. Thanks, mate.
Thanks for giving me the other arm. Here we go. We're going to see it. So just switches directly onto the other arm there. And Sai didn't have a chance on that.
It's 2 seconds earlier, isn't it? When you see, he's thinking about the Osai Komi there. He was sitting on top, and then the other arm became available.
Yeah, and a lot of it is down to the Uchikomi coming back up from the Osai Komi, just flicking onto the other arm, arm comes straight. And of course he tries to turn inward, Sai. No chance.
Neat piece of work. Right, coming up next, Ungvari Miklos of Hungary faces Viktor Swartov of the United Arab Emirates. It's Ungvari in the white judogi, Swartov in blue. We've been talking about having missed Viktor Swartov for a while. Well, here he is. We can have a look at him.
Well, it's two experienced boys against each other, really, isn't it, here? They'll both be a little bit cagey. I guess it's when, you know, when you get two wily boxers together, toe to toe, and, you know, it's slightly defensive, attack at the right times, play the game. I suspect that's what's going to happen here for the 5 minutes. So Swartov catching the sleeve first every time, then coming onto the lapel.
We've got the semi-finals in the under 70 kilo category. Starting on mat number 2, Maria Perez of Puerto Rico faces Maria Benabeo of Spain. If you want to see that, just click on 2. Neil and I are going to stay here and concentrate on Ungvari Miklos and Swartov. No score yet. Hungarian has picked up a single Shido as he dances away rather boxer-like to avoid gripping up with Swartov. Not until he's ready anyway.
I talk about it a lot, about feeling the danger, and it's one thing as looking out from as commentators or as coaches, and you say, do something, grip up, catch the grip and attack. It's easier said, you know what I mean? It just is easier said because...
It sounded really easy.
Yeah, it just sounds fantastic, and in theory it's great. It's a bit like Tyson when he says that they've all got a plan till you smash them in the face, you know, and it's exactly the same. It's, you know, when you get the grip, when you grip up, you can feel the danger from your opponent. You know what they're gripping up for.
Zindayush Naranjagl has had to leave her contest down on mat number 3. She's taking a serious whack to the nose. She's making her way back to the mat now. Ungvari picks up a second penalty. Benabeo has just thrown Perez for Ippon on mat number 2 in their semi-final. The Spaniard throwing the Puerto Rican.
He's been outplayed here, Ungvari. Swartov playing a very, very cagey game, just attacking at the right times. Ungvari just off the pace. He's not taking the initiative, and this is what I'm talking about, getting that grip that you feel happy with. And it's none of the grips that he feels happy with, because Swartov can throw. So again, having his sleeve dominated, and look at that pick up there from Swartov.
Yeah, they are.
It's kind of what he's waiting for here. He's dominating this fight. So another penalty going to come here. Is Swartov going to get one of them? Doesn't get it. 1 minute 35. Nice bit of tactics here by Swartov. And Ungvari just hasn't got an answer to it. He doesn't want to really grip up because he feels the danger. There's going to be
Sorry.
I was going to say there's going to be 2 penalties handed out here, I think. No, just one. Svortov on the retreat then. Of course, one more will just even it all up, wouldn't it?
Ungvari thought about the sit-down Sumigaishi, but Viktor Svortov felt that coming and was able to block that fairly easily.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. One more penalty on there and it'll be very costly for Ungvari. And I'm always sorry to talk about it in penalty terms, but it really is a tactical match, this, isn't it?
A nice little effort from Svortov, wasn't it? Nice shape to it. There he goes again.
Good attacks, like I say, the best form of defence is offence, but you've got to make sure that you gripped up. Svortov trying to throw. Ungvari's the one on the back foot. He's got to come forwards. Svortov just struggling a little bit conditioning-wise. 24 seconds to hold off.
But he threw in those 2 left-sided attacks, and they're going to be enough, aren't they? They're not going to penalise him now. But for the false attack, why did he throw another one in?
Well, I have no idea. He didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
He just absolutely didn't need to do it. So bad tactics in the end.
You know what it could have been? He could have come under pressure from Ungvari and just thrown one in to get out of some gripping pressure. But the result of which is now that he's tied things up.
Something could happen here. Now it's Ungvari starting to climb on top, just on the bell. So the contest of 2 halves. Second half. Who's going to start the best?
Well, here we go with the golden score period. Oh dear.
He threw that away. He really did.
Had
He just
it wrapped
needed,
up, didn't he?
He did. He absolutely. He just ran it all the way through. But credit to Ungvari, just kept at it. Golden score. Any score now, any penalty, any throw, hold down, arm lock or strangle. That's all he needs to do. Needs the rotation for the Sianagi. Any drop now will be severely punished. He'll give one more chance, I think. Svortov will have to come forward now.
This will be it. Ungvari's too clever for him. Got another attack in now, and that'll be it. And over he goes anyway.
Uchimata in the end.
You know, the power levels were incredible, weren't they? They didn't begin to drain. They just nosedived there in that 54-second golden score period.
Yeah, I think
nothing to hold him off.
Well, we're just saying, that's why I said at the beginning, throw of 2, it's the contest of 2 halves. And it really was Svortov for the first half. And credit to the Hungarian, because he just came through, he kept at it all the time.
We're going to stay on mat number 1 because we're going to have a look at Rustam Orozhov. We missed his contest with Kanivets. Kanivets, the Ukrainian, came out on top through Orozhov for Ippon, actually. And he very kindly kneels down so we can get a full shot of him. Now decides to leave the shot altogether. We've got another 4 minutes before we get underway with this one. So, why don't we go and take a look at Carlos Luz and Ambako Avaliani. We've seen both Luz and Avaliani. It's the adjoining mat, mat number 2. See what's happening on mat number 2. Half a minute left. Avaliani has picked up a single Shido. Luz then with the advantage. No score, but Avaliani having picked up a Shido. It's Luz, the Portuguese, with the advantage with 20-odd seconds left to go.
Well, this will be followed by Nagase against DeWitt. I'm looking forward to that one, I must say. So far, Nagase has been a head and shoulders above anybody in this category. Avaliani coming forwards, trying to get a score. Oh, and he almost comes unstuck there. Luz holds off. He'll be fighting for bronze. And Avaliani, early bath. Well, not so early, but
he gave it a reasonable go, didn't he? Just the steam on 3 occasions. You know, took him right to the end. On the one occasion, it took him far enough. Last time round, he blew out, and now in the repechage contest, having lost previously, he loses again. And on every occasion, he's been bent over double, as he almost is there.
Well, it's so physical. I think that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, you can see that just by his stature, such a strong physique, and the latter half of the contest, it really does tell.
There was a period when the Georgians almost lost that tag of 4-minute wonders because they can't go the 5 minutes. There was a period when Peter Seisenbacher was there when they could go 5 minutes and more, and there are just a few of those fighters left who are from that kind of stable who can still go 5 minutes plus. I'm not sure that Avaliani was in that group.
You think?
No.
Demoted.
He's post-Seisenbacher. Coming on to the mat now, the semi-final in the under 81 kilo. The first of the semi-finals, Nagase Takanori of Japan faces Frank de Witt of the Netherlands. It's Nagase in the white judogi, de Witt in blue.
So let's have a little prediction here, Sheldon. I think that for me, Nagase will just take advantage. He'll stop the Tomonagi and he'll be straight on him in Newaza on the ground.
And the other thing is, has de Witt got the skills to avoid getting caught by Nagase, who's got some really nice he's got some nice throwing skills.
Can't fault him for his come forward approach, though, can you, DeWitt? He really is
brave lad.
Junior world champion against the senior world champion here. There's the Uchimata. Watch out for the Sangaku. Can't afford to stay there, DeWitt. Well, sometimes it's what's needed, the arrogance of the, I don't mean that horribly, but it's the arrogance of, I don't care who you are.
Yeah, he's brave. He believes in himself. Yeah. Self-belief. Yeah. There was on one of the adjoining mats, Bernabeu defeated Perez, and there was a rather unattractive end to it where she stood over her opponent, and we don't encourage that.
No, I mean, we don't need that, do we? We just need to win, and if you win, you win graciously.
You can stand there up to the crowd with your opponent at your feet. It's when you direct it at your opponent in the moment of defeat. I think that may be something to have a look at. Here we go again.
Oh my goodness me! DeWitt.
Oh, he comes up with Wazari. I think it's Yuko myself, but Wazari's on the board.
Brilliant score there from DeWitt.
Aye. Game on.
Wow. Well,
you said about it, the self-belief.
yeah, absolutely.
You need that bit cockiness, don't you?
Well, he was trying for the Ouchi, wasn't he? Nagase got caught himself and rolled onto his back. Like you said there, just game on, because he's got 3 minutes now to hold off.
Yeah, that's a lot of time to keep the world champion at the end of your arms.
Starting to panic a little bit here. Nagase just needs to calm down a bit and just change his game plan.
He's going to try and finish it, DeWitt. It just gives him a little, steering towards the mat edge there.
Well, I said before at the beginning here that it's best just to take him to ground. That's if I was the Japanese coach, that's what I would be saying to Nagase, just to look for the finish on the ground, because he's just a little bit off. His techniques are not quite on, and he just got surprised there. There's an Ouchi, not quite a score.
Close to coming up with the counter, wasn't he? Couldn't get the top half down.
A slightly different look on Nagase's face now.
Thought maybe there was an opportunity for the Osodagari there. He's decided against the ground.
He has. It's like DeWitt said, Takanori who? Well, we should say Nagase who, shouldn't we? Ouchi again. Almost caught him again. Slight panic going on here. 1 minute 33 left of this match. The world champion down to the junior world champion. Well, that was close, wasn't it? Osoto
he's had another look there, you see. He shaped there once. He's gone there again. And I wonder if there's not a combination, but there's a feint coming up where DeWitt's going to react to that Osoto, because he's felt it there a couple of times.
Well, he really is number one on the be awkward list here. DeWitt.
He hasn't got the power to bring him down with that Koji Gaki. He just, because he can turn off that. But Nagase hasn't got the power to counter it. He has to turn off it, so you can't counter it. DeWitt hasn't got the power to finish it. Both fighters really gassed there with 40-odd seconds left to go.
We could see an upset here. DeWitt ahead.
Yep.
It's going to be a penalty, I think. It's one up for DeWitt, just dropping on his back. Not going to make a difference.
Yeah, you're right. Orozhov has won his repechage contest down on mat 1 against Georgios Azouidis, so we'll see him in the bronze medal contest. Meanwhile, 20-odd seconds left here. Frank DeWitt leading by Wazari against the current world champion, Nagase Takanori. Time ticking away. Look at Benito Mai in the chair. Oh! Oh, I don't believe it. And Benito Mai was telling him, to give just one side, give one side. There was too much available, and over he went.
A little bit of inexperience there, I think.
Stay away from him. I mean, burn. You got 2 more Shidos. I know it's the wrong thing to say, but just burn one of them.
Well, that's a Wazari each, Shido each.
I don't think it was Yuko. Frank DeWitt was signalling Yuko. He's arguing and signalling Yuko.
He nearly karate chopped me there in the commentary position
look.
here.
He thought that was Yuko. No, I'm afraid not. I can't agree with Frank on that.
What's Frank saying?
That it was Yuko.
No, definitely not.
It was Wasari.
So everything to play for now.
Yeah.
Experience.
Oh, lost control of the right hand. His left needed to pull that across the body, and it wasn't there. Game back on.
You know what they say, don't you? Youth and talent. No substitute for age and treachery.
Oh, here comes the young man again. Little Koji tap, bringing David down onto his front to no score. Terrific battle.
Well, I wonder if the groundwork's bit's going to come into play here. Got to take your hat off to DeWitt here. He's really taken the fight. He was winning it, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was so winning it.
See, there isn't the power for a second attack. When he gave that first Ashiwaza attempt, he should immediately have been able to follow that up because he'd unsettled a bit, albeit slightly. It just isn't there.
Well, it really is
dear.
a battle royal, isn't it?
He knows it's gone now. 50-odd seconds. Nagase has put in more attacks. He's
Personally, I don't think they should stop this.
There's another cycle. Let it roll round once more. If Nagase puts in a big attack, okay. You know, if DeWitt puts in an attack, you leave it to go longer.
Oh no, and they've given it. DeWitt's lost it. And Nagase, well, he's just looking up at the ceiling, going, "Thank goodness for that," or thereabouts. My goodness. What a match that was.
Yeah.
The best one of the, I think, certainly today, it's the best match.
Right at the end, having not bowed on the tatami and strolled off, right at the end, DeWitt turned round and bowed.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah.
It's what we want to see.
It didn't take him long to cover his total disappointment at the result. Now he's going to walk off and he'll steam, and he'll probably steam in the warm-up area as well. But there was that moment when he knew that there was something that he had to do, and he did it. Credit to him in those circumstances.
It's difficult, isn't it? One of the biggest lessons that I had was somebody coming up to me after a particular loss that I had and saying it was the best thing that could have happened to you.
Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad it happened to me and not you, I said. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Actually, he was right. I mean, but on reflection, he was right.
Let's go down to mat number 1 to see the semi-final between Dmitro Kanivets of Ukraine. He faces Gyozjon Boboyev of Uzbekistan. It's Kanivets in the white judogi, Boboyev in blue. And we're just about to get underway. Yeah, that's a difficult one to take, isn't it? The best thing that could happen to you.
It is really.
How long did it take you to agree with that comment?
What, to climb off him, you mean? I think it's one of those things where you have to say, well, maybe he was right, you know, and oh, look at that, flying juji again. That was the one that he's won the quarter-final with. Very fast with that. And it seems to be a bit of a technique that, a vogue technique at the moment.
It's creeping in there, is it?
Well, the flying juji gatame, I mean, we've had Silva do it, haven't we? 60 kilograms. We've had the Brazilians seem to be using it a lot, and now Kanivets doing it. Both of these having an absolutely amazing tournament. Babayev just gets the Shido. Beautiful driving Ouchi there. Wow, what great form Kanivets is on. Super judo. Yoko Tomanagi off to the side.
Baboyev, single Shido, there's plenty of time, but strange how quickly these things can begin to weigh on a fighter's mind, and he picks up a second penalty. This is bad news for Sergei Drebo, the other Ukrainian in the under 73 kilo category. He's 100 points plus ahead of Kanivets before today. Well, that's gone out the window.
Well, I think that's going to change, isn't it?
Yeah.
That will change their world ranking.
The only difficulty for Kanivets is trying to get sufficient enough points to get into a qualification position.
His qualification at the moment.
He's going to be a long way off, I'm afraid. After today, he'll have a sniff.
Well, again, it's the situation, isn't it, of having a youngster in there as a reserve and preparing them for 2020. But this, he's certainly having a good day today. Beautiful drop C and Aggie. He's got a good Ouchi as well.
Oh, turnover. He just needs to work hard. How do I stop that? I was going to say, he just needs to work hard in the top half now. And then he was absolutely still. They would decided that they were going to call Mate before he really had a chance. 2 penalties picked up by Baboyev. At some point, the Uzbek is going to begin to open up.
Looking for the Uranagi there.
Now, for me, that's not a score.
Well, I think they're going to overrule it.
Yeah, so do I.
I think that was all Kanivets, and well, if Babayev had actually put pressure on that, I think it'll be overruled, and there it is.
Me too. The coach is, and you and I know, because he didn't have control of him on the way down. When he was going down, Baboyev was putting his hands out to stop his fall.
Yeah, no,
if you're controller somebody, you don't, you've got your hands on him. See, the difficulty there is, he's almost standing on top of them. He doesn't have our view, which is further away. It's almost too close. They were almost at his feet.
I think he's just giving it a split second as well, just to assess what you've just seen, isn't it? And I think that's the important thing.
Back underway with 1 minute and 40 odd left to go.
2 penalties in it. Babayev losing, having to come forwards. It's a long way still for Kanivets to hold on without getting penalties. There's one.
My feeling is that Kanivets hasn't decided yet to shut up shop. He still fancies that he can throw him, but he's still recovering from having Ippon given against him. And he's just going to try and gather himself. And for the first time, we see some heavy breathing from the Ukrainian.
I think we're going to see Kanivets get a second penalty here, are we?
Yeah, well, he came for the Ojigari at Feld and then he immediately went to the ground, and I think that's the only thing that saved him. He was on his way out. Don't let him up. Kanivets has absolutely got to be all over him in this situation, and don't give Baboyev a chance to start claiming, look, there's nothing happening, let me up. And it's not Baboyev's place.
Well, especially when he's got his neck up.
He's going to get penalised again now.
Well, one more penalty, leaving it all up, of course. Gets away with it, just needs to attack a few more times. Drop Sianagi. Babayev got to attack as well.
He's really finished. There's nothing left in the tank here for Canivets. He's desperate for a break. You can see that. He's not listening to Vincent Drau about tidying up the belt. Good, strong left-sided effort from... But it can't be.
Well,
it can't be.
I've seen this a couple of times now.
That finished. That effort finished.
Well, you can't throw off the ground.
Exactly. The effort had finished.
You can't throw off the ground and
absolutely
it's taken off. It's amazing, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
quite a few of those. Just recently we've seen scoring off the ground, and there was one just last week. Well, it's interesting, the Uzbek coach being asked to leave. Led from the arena. Uchimata, that's going to be a score, is it? Is that a Yuko?
I can't see from this side. Now the difficulty for the referee is having, made two big uns. He doesn't want to give another here.
Well, the other thing is the referee losing control of this match just a little bit, getting a bit flustered. He is.
Well, he's had some difficult ones to deal with. But the thing is, and there's the second penalty. There's the lifesaver for Baboyev.
So the coach up in the stands
and
now.
It's not helping him, and it's not helping the referee. This is not helping the referee. He shouldn't have to police the outside area. We need him to concentrate and focus on what's happening on the yellow area, not who's sitting in the stands and what they're shouting. It really is unfair. If they want someone, and now someone is going. We need, our mat officials to be concentrating in the middle.
Well, third penalty, it's all over.
Done. Yeah. Now, you could say that justice has been served, and Baboyev, if one felt that he should have won in whatever... Now, Canivets, you can't bellyache. There are three deserved penalties. Not one of those penalties was wrong, And the other thing is, that two scores were close to being given against you. You had two shots at it.
No, I agree with you.
And the three penalties are all well deserved. No one's taking it from you. No one's gifting it to Baboyev. In fact, there was a claim that it had been gifted to Canivets. There was that too. Come on, do the right thing, man.
Well, no, big surprise on his face. I don't know what the surprise is. I really don't. You either know the rules or you don't.
What we're asking for is that contests are given on scores. In the absence of a score, it's going to be given on who has the least number of penalties. All you have to do is avoid getting penalties.
Yeah.
You picked up 3. Your opponent got 2.
It's quite it, isn't it?
It was a great little battle.
It was.
And whilst Baboyev was picking up the penalties, I didn't see Canivets complaining when he was leading by penalties. All of a sudden now he's complaining that he's been given too many. Anyway, we come to the second of the semi-finals. Mirali Sharipov of Uzbekistan faces Ungvari Miklos of Hungary. It's Sharipov in the white judogi, Ungvari in blue. Nice little tussle that was.
It got the blood boiling, didn't it?
Yeah, from everybody. But I feel as though there was just a lot being asked of the referee in such a tricky contest.
Well, if you're not careful, you can just lose the thread of the contest, can't you? And I think that's what happened there.
The minute the coaches began to be excitable, you needed a swift movement from off the refereeing team to go and tidy up what was happening off the mat. We needed full concentration from the refereeing team, the man in the middle and his two colleagues on the mat edge, and they began to have a look to see what was happening there. You know, this is where the action is, not what the coach is doing and what he's doing when he's in the tunnel, and not what he's doing when he's in the stands. All of a sudden you had the same person policing that.
Yeah, which isn't good. No,
And he was already under pressure because he'd given two that were corrected, so he was a bit shaky, and then he was trying to calm things down, and it was all a little bit too much for him.
Well, you got Sharapov here coming forwards all the time, but Ungvari, like I say, very experienced. Just got to be careful of the counter-attack from Sharapov. Got to be sharp in, got to be fast in. It's a good position for Ungvari to be in. He hasn't been in a semi-final for a little while. Always there roundabout for the medals.
Yeah, he could do with this, couldn't he?
Judo for Ungvari. 2 penalties up there for him. Certainly the aggressor, Sharapov, trying to get past the legs of Ungvari. Well, can he get the leg out? He can. Oh, he gets the leg out. Sharapov there was always looking dangerous there. I don't think he's going far at all now. Ungvari made a mistake in Newaza. Oh, he's got the leg. He got the leg at 15 seconds. So Wazari scored. Needs to keep control of the upper part of the body there, Sharapov. Well, I thought that was it, for sure. Thought that was curtains. So now he needs a nip on, really, to pull this back. So Ungvari changed his game plan just a little bit now. He's just coming forwards, realises what he's got to do. He'll have to take a few chances. Sharapov, though, I have to say, started this match in full confidence. There's the counter, looking for the Uranagi. Ungvari quickly out. 1 minute to go. Strong gripping. Did he knock his own grip off there? Sharapov, that's what Ungvari is saying. Nice Ashiwaza there, Sharapov. Makes my knees scream when they pull them back like that. Now can he tie up the top half? Going for the arm this time. All over Ungvari. Ungvari fighting for his life out here in this semi-final. Now he comes forwards. Last 30 seconds. Well, still the aggressor, Sharapov. 11 seconds to go. I don't think Ungvari's going to get this back. Needs a miracle now. Mountain to climb. Big arm over the top. Got to go in straight away. 3 seconds left. Sharapov goes through to the final, then Ungvari will have to fight for bronze.
Well, we're going to have 2 Uzbeks in the final of the under 73 kilo category. We saw in the previous contest Gyozjon Baboyev defeating Kanivets, a Ukrainian, so it's all Ukraine. Did we not see that yesterday? An all Ukraine,
Uzbek.
all Uzbek contest.
Yes, I think we did, and like I say, they've got the job now, haven't they, of sorting out who's going to go through as their main contender.
Well, let's just
great job to be.
Let's just confirm that then. It's Gyozjon Baboyev of Uzbekistan to face his teammate Mirali Sharipov. That's in the final of the under 73 kilo category. The final of the under 81 kilo category, the current world champion Nagase Takanori will be up against Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. That's the 2 men's finals. And then in the women's final, Mariana Miskovic of Croatia will face Alice Schlesinger of Great Britain. Be surprised about that, if you like, but that's who it is. And then in the under 70 kilo category, Maria Bernabeu of Spain is up against Maria Portela of Brazil. Surprises there for you?
Well, there are surprises, aren't there, all the way along, because there's pressure matches. There's a lot of pressure matches, and I think that some of the big stars, not on the best of form. I think looking at Nagase, a little bit fortunate there to get through to the final. DeWitt fought him well. And, another Britain final. So it's looking good.
I think Bernabeu, you can't really call her a surprise because she was a silver medalist at World Championships. Portela, she's been there or thereabouts, but it's nice for her to be in the final of a Grand Slam. Miskovic, for me, having come back after having a baby to be in the final of a Grand Slam is a pretty good effort. I didn't expect her to come through in what's in a very good field. Edvija Gwenda's in there. Martina Traidos, the number 1 seed, Mariset Espinosa, the Cuban, the Chinese, Yang Junxia. There's a few in there that should have featured a little bit further, but it's Miskovic up against Schlesinger. And if you look at the, Sagane, Jerby, Katipoglu, there are a few good fighters in there, and Schlesinger, as you say, another Brit in the final. Well, we look forward to your company at 5 o'clock for all the medal matches, but from Neil Adams and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.